Chapter 1302. Bang! When Wuxia Xianxia saw the North King in midair, his expression froze. The North King's fist landed squarely on his chest. A thunderous explosion sounded from within Wuxia Xianxia's body. He immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of his internal organs. His entire body fell from the sky uncontrollably, and the vitality in his eyes quickly dissipated. Hua! The appearance of this scene immediately shocked the surrounding experts. The scene of Xiao Yan killing Fu Tuhao earlier had yet to be erased from their minds. At this moment, the Northern King had simply killed an expert of the Origin King class with a single punch. This caused the hearts of these people to feel even more shocked. Killing a Origin King with a single punch. With this strength, the fighting strength of this puppet was at least at the Origin Emperor class. In other words, there were 2 Origin Kings and 3 Origin Kings in Xiao Yan's team. Such a team could be compared to a sect even in the extreme south. This time, the Wuxia family had really met a tough opponent. After being shocked, everyone's faces were naturally filled with gloating expressions. They did not have any good impression of the Wuxia clan. Now that Fu Tuhao was dead, the Wuxia clan no longer posed much of a threat to them. If the clan leader and the 2 elders were to die in Xiao Yan's hands, would it not be easier for them to take over this Nanlin city? Clan leader. At the same time, the 2 elders of the Wuxia family also noticed the situation here. Their expressions suddenly changed, and a crazy killing intent rose in their hearts at this moment. Xiao Yan. You killed my ancestor, destroyed my Wuxia family business, and now you dare to kill my clan leader. You have gone too far. Even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely kill you here today. The ancestor and clan head had both died. The situation was already over. One could easily imagine the fate of the Wuxia clan. Faced with all of this and once again looking at Xiao Yan, who had caused this current situation, the hearts of the 2 elders were filled with an endless hatred. The 2 of them exchanged glances with one another. A craziness surfaced in their turbid old eyes. The expression on their old faces had also become ferocious. As the seals in their hands changed, the Genesis chi in their bodies suddenly began to surge violently. From the looks of it, the 2 were planning to self-destruct in order to take revenge on Xiao Yan's group. The surrounding experts' expressions changed drastically when they sensed the changes in the 2 elders' energy. Even they did not dare to underestimate the power of an Origin King expert's self-destruction. These 2 lunatics. The Genesis chi in their bodies surged wildly, causing the bodies of the 2 old men to swell uncontrollably. They were like balloons that were rapidly inflating. At the same time that their skin burst apart, bright red pillars of blood continued to shoot out from within. A savage and painful expression was revealed on the twisted faces of the 2 old men. However, Xiao Yan flipped the 5 fingers on his right hand a moment later. 5 dark black steel needles immediately appeared in his palm. Without any hesitation, he immediately shot them out. 5 steel needles streaked across the sky like black lightning bolts. Just as the energy in the 2 elders' bodies swelled and their bodies were on the verge of exploding, their bodies trembled in unison. The moment the steel needles shot into their bodies, the rampaging Genesis chi in the vortex instantly quieted down. The 2 elders lost control of the vortex, and all Genesis chi involuntarily flowed out from all parts of their bodies. Their swollen bodies gradually returned to their original appearance. As they watched their bodies gradually recover, there was no joy in their eyes. Instead, their eyes were filled with endless pity. They did not even have the ability to commit suicide. Initially, my target was Fu Tuhao. I didn't intend to attack you. However, you shouldn't have attacked my friend. Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent as he slowly spat out these words. The Northern King suddenly attacked when his words sounded. 2 palms slammed heavily on the heads of the 2 old men. One could hear a low, deep sound of bones shattering. The bodies of these 2 old men fell uncontrollably. After which, Xiao Yan glanced at the remaining members of the Wuxia clan in the blink of an eye. Everyone hurriedly withdrew upon seeing this. Their expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with horror. At the same time, they also knew that the Fuda clan was completely finished. They would definitely become homeless dogs. Xiaoyan glanced at the little fairy doctor and the others below. After confirming that they were fine, he slowly exhaled. Just as he was about to descend, a ray of sunlight pierced through the dark night in the distant eastern horizon and shone on Xiaoyan's face. It was dawn. While the Fuda clan was being dealt with, in a vast mountain forest in the central region, a young man in black robes slowly withdrew from his cultivation on a cliff. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the light of dawn shooting from the eastern horizon. Hugh, the young man slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. As he felt the power in his body that was even more vigorous than before, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a mocking smile. 6-star Origin Emperor. If I continue at this speed, I believe that my cultivation will be able to advance to the Origin Ancestor level in less than a year. When that time comes. As he thought about his future prospects, a blazing look involuntarily flashed across the young man's eyes. This matter cannot be rushed. Before you possess sufficient strength, it is best not to easily expose yourself. Otherwise, once they set their eyes on you, it will be very difficult for us to escape. Immediately after, the space beside the young man suddenly distorted. Soon after, an old figure with a slightly illusory body appeared beside him. Teacher is right. They already have doubts about my cultivation speed. If I am too eager for quick success, I'm afraid that old fellow will personally take action against me. That girl is his favorite. Anyone would be cautious. Don't be anxious. There will always be someone more concerned about this matter than us. As long as we control her, there will be no need to be afraid that old fellow won't listen to us obediently. Hearing this, the old man laughed coldly. His pair of sinister old eyes contained a trace of resentment. If it were not for that person, he would not have ended up in such a state. Fortunately, everything that had happened in the past was now placed in front of him, waiting for him to take it back. May I ask, is this the woeful disaster mountain range? Chapter 1303. Just as the master and disciple were chatting with a cold expression, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky not far away and interrupted the conversation between the two. In almost an instant, two cold gazes landed on the middle-aged figure, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold sneer. The young man involuntarily licked his lips, as though he had seen his prey. Seeing this scene, the expression on the middle-aged man's face became a little uncomfortable, and he felt a wave of fear in his heart. A bad premonition quickly rose from the bottom of his heart, and he did not dare to hesitate. He immediately cupped his hands towards the two of them and was about to leave. Since you have asked so politely, I should reply. It's just that I was a little hungry just now. Did I scare you? However, just as the middle-aged man turned around, the young man's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. There was a warm smile on the young man's face, and there was not the slightest trace of coldness in his eyes. It was as if he was a completely different person from before. Not only that, the middle-aged man was also extremely shocked by the young man's strange movement technique. The seemingly young black-robed young man in front of him was actually able to flash in front of him in the blink of an eye. This scene was really shocking. The middle-aged man acknowledged that the cultivation of a 5-star origin king was not considered too strong. However, this young man in front of him really caused him to feel that it was difficult to imagine. This speed was likely comparable to Xiaoyan, who was still resting in his clan. The man in front of him was actually another monster with a cultivation talent that could be called heaven-defying. Sir, you must be joking. I was just impulsive just now, so I disturbed sir. If I have offended you, please forgive me. When the middle-aged man regained his senses, the expression on his face quickly changed. He laughed dryly, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Only then did he hurriedly bow to the young man in front of him with a respectful attitude. After all, this world still belonged to the strong. With enough strength, even the most arrogant person would have to bow down obediently. When the young man saw the middle-aged man's attitude, he couldn't help but have a smug look on his face. Immediately, he waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm sorry." It's fine. Since you asked whether this is the Wretched Disaster Mountain Range, I will tell you that this is the Wretched Disaster Mountain Range, and it is the territory of the Daoist sect. May I know why you have come to the Daoist sect? This, although he had already confirmed the doubts in his heart, the young man's words still made him feel somewhat at a loss. After all, it was a mission given by the patriarch. However, the person standing in front of him was an Origin King expert whose cultivation was not weaker than Xiao Yan. Under such pressure, the middle-aged man could not help but hesitate. Don't worry. I am from the Daoist sect. My name is Su Zhen, and I am a disciple of the Daoist sect. If you have any questions or anything else, you can tell me. I will pass on the message for you. If you don't believe me, I can bring you in. Su Zhen had a warm smile on his face. When the middle-aged man saw this, the worry in his heart naturally lessened. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, in the end, he still told Su Zhen the purpose of this trip. When Su Zhen heard Xiao Yan's name from the middle-aged man's mouth, the expression on his originally calm face instantly became gloomy. A bloodthirsty killing intent uncontrollably surged out from within his eyes. He actually completely ignored the words of the middle-aged man. It was a long while later before he slowly said in a low and hoarse voice, "Xiao Yan, the Xiao Yan clan's Xiao Yan." Good. Xiao Yan, is he coming to the middle region? We will have to settle the debt between us. Seeing the sudden change in Su Zhen's expression, the middle-aged man's heart could not help but shiver inwardly. Genesis Qi quietly circulated in his body as his body retreated almost imperceptibly. He could faintly sense that Su Zhen's mood was rapidly deteriorating. If he continued to stay, he would only bring trouble to himself. Sir, I hope you won't forget the request of my Fuda clan. We will, ugh. However, before the middle-aged man could finish his words, a blood-stained palm instantly pierced through his chest. Then, the purplish-black poisonous fog rapidly condensed in the palm, forming a vortex. At the same time, a ferocious suction force surged out. The middle-aged man's body began to twist uncontrollably at this moment, and a miserable and painful hiss came from his throat. The poisonous fog spread, and when it enveloped his entire body, the hiss gradually faded away. In the end, the poisonous fog, along with his entire body, converged into the palm, becoming a part of Su Zhen. After a long time, Su Zhen opened his eyes again. A faint light flashed in the depths of his eyes as a gentle smile rose from the corners of his lips. His cultivation had finally stabilized at the 6-star Origin Emperor stage. With the help of the poison mist, his strength was now close to the intermediate 6-star Origin Emperor stage. It was time to leave. Xiao Yan, and that legendary holy maiden. Teacher, disciple knows what to do. As the laughter in his heart faded, Su Zhen slowly stood up with a warm smile on his face. He looked towards the young lady who was carefully walking over with light and graceful steps as a clear laughter was spat out. You lass, instead of cultivating properly, you want to tease me again. You're still 100 feet away, but I've already discovered you. Su Zhen chuckled softly, while the young lady stuck out her tongue with a slightly red face. The former walked forward, his large hand gently rubbing the latter's small head. Soon after, he pulled her up with one hand and headed down the mountain. Let's go. It's time to go back. The sect master knows that you've snuck out for me again. I'm afraid he'll punish you. Su Zhen chuckled softly like a heartwarming big brother. The young lady followed closely behind him. When she heard Su Zhen's words, she playfully curled her lips and quibbled, "How did I snuck out? I didn't sneak out. I clearly came out from the side door. Besides, my father can't control me. If he punishes me, you will definitely help me vent my anger, right?" The young lady took 2 steps forward and leaned her delicate body against Su Zhen's arm as she spoke with an expectant expression. The latter tilted his head slightly to look at the lass beside him. He paused for a moment before wrapping his arm around the young lady's delicate shoulders and chuckled, "Of course. Of course. No matter what, I will definitely side with you. If anyone wants to take you away from me, then they will definitely pay a painful price. As he spoke, Suzhen turned his head back. A glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. The young lady in his arms had a blissful expression, as if she had already found the most precious person in her life. Chapter 1304. Southern Region, Extreme South, Nanlin City. Xiaoyan's group was seated cross-legged and resting in a somewhat dilapidated courtyard. At this moment, a storage ring was quietly lying in Xiaoyan's hand. This was the storage ring that he had taken from Fu Tuhao's corpse. That old fellow was an expert at the Origin Emperor class and had lived for 1,000 years. It was likely that there were many treasures within the storage ring. Now that he was dead, everything within the storage ring should naturally belong to him. With a thought, the surging spiritual strength in Xiaoyan's body immediately surged. After which, it condensed into a strand and entered the storage ring in his palm. With the insertion of the spiritual strength, everything in the storage ring was also reflected in Xiaoyan's mind. High-class qi methods, dou skills, a collection of medicinal pills, countless spiritual stones, and even quite a number of extremely precious medicinal ingredients and some formation plates. If these things were taken out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the outside world. However, now, they all belonged to Xiaoyan. Unfortunately, although the collection within this storage ring was quite great, there were very few things that could enter Xiaoyan's eyes given his current eyesight. After a simple investigation at this moment, Xiaoyan slowly withdrew his spiritual strength somewhat unwillingly. However, just as Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was about to withdraw from the storage ring, an inconspicuous fragment suddenly appeared in Xiaoyan's mind from a certain place in the storage ring. Almost at this moment, the spiritual strength that was about to withdraw suddenly paused. After which, a light flashed on the storage ring and a small piece of black parchment appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. A pair of pitch-black eyes stared intently at this small piece of broken parchment in front of him. He felt a somewhat familiar aura on it as well as the special strength that it contained. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes gradually froze. After which, it turned into shock and joy. Ha 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 ha, in the courtyard, uncontrollable laughter was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth and reverberated in the air above the manor. However, when the people outside heard it, their expressions changed and they hurriedly retreated. It was as if they were afraid of angering this person. At this moment, in the courtyard, the little fairy doctor and the others were looking suspiciously at Xiaoyan, who had suddenly laughed out loud. Although they could feel the joy in his heart, this was a little too exaggerated. The Origin Returning Art. I really did not expect it to be in Fu Tuhao's storage ring. It is really a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it by chance. In this way, the ancestors' cultivation method can be considered complete. This seemingly unremarkable piece of black parchment was the remnant scroll of the Returnance art. The Origin Returning Art that Xiaoyan cultivated was the first of the 3 volumes of the Origin Returning Art. In addition to the second volume that he had obtained from Tianju's inheritance and the other half that Xiaoyan had obtained from the auction in the western region, the last remaining part of the Origin Returning Art was now in Xiaoyan's hands. As long as this fragment returned to Xiaoxian's hands, the Origin Returning Art would be considered complete, and Xiaoxian's strength would be able to reach a higher level. After cultivating the Origin Returning Art, one's cultivation would definitely reach the advanced Source Venerate realm. Now, Xiaoyan had finally gathered all of it. Next, when he met Xiaoxian again in the future, he would hand over this fragment to him. This could be considered as settling a huge matter in his heart. Half a day later, the group set off from Nanlin City again and continued to head east. Nanlin City had completely lost all its experts after Xiaoyan's group left. In an instant, this large city, which was quite famous even in the extreme south, had become a delicious cake in the eyes of a countless number of people. Those Yuan kings, who had come to congratulate Nanlin City 2 days ago, led a large group of people and once again arrived. However, they were no longer respectful. Experts from all over the place gathered together and crazily fought for everything in the city. Within a short couple of days, the large city was occupied by various factions. At this moment, Xiaoyan's group had slowly arrived at a city to the east of the extreme south. Donghua City. Donghua City was an important city that connected the central region and the southern region. The teleportation formation set up and it led directly to the central region. It was an extremely important city hub at the border of the continent. Its founder was a huge force in the central region, but now Donghua City was under the management of the Yunin Pavilion. At this time, Xiao Yan and the others were standing outside Donghua City. Arriving here meant that they were only one teleportation formation away from the central region. Is this Donghua City? It's really amazing. Looking at the towering city in front of them, which was like a mountain range, Xiao Yan and the others could not help but have a strong sense of shock in their eyes. The size of the city was simply beyond their imagination. The towering city walls had a cold, steel-like luster, and various mysterious runes were carved on them. The faint aura emitted from them made them feel pressured. Even with Xiao Yan's strength, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Donghua City itself was a great formation. What a frightening formation. This large formation is likely much stronger than the Burning Flame Valley's sect-protecting Great Formation. The group had a solemn expression as their gazes paused on the formation for a long time. Only then did they slowly walk into the city under the strange gazes of the surrounding people. When Xiao Yan and the others entered the city, the extravagant scene in front of them was even more shocking. On both sides of the street, various skyscrapers rose from the ground. The city was a glorious scene. In just a short while, Xiao Yan and the others saw more than a dozen experts at the Origin King level. There was even no lack of Origin Emperor experts. Origin Emperor experts who could dominate an area in the extreme south looked like ordinary people even here. The group did not stay for too long. After asking about the general location of the teleportation formation, they walked towards the center of Donghua City. However, just as they entered the city, an old man in a pavilion also noticed the existence of Xiao Yan and the others. He hesitated for a moment, then his figure moved and disappeared from the tower in the blink of an eye. After a short while, Xiao Yan and the others had already arrived at the center of Donghua City. Compared to other places, this place was undoubtedly more lively. Because of the teleportation formation, experts from all over the continent had gathered here. When Xiao Yan and the others arrived, they even discovered the existence of several Origin sect experts. This scene caused the group to be extremely shocked. It was also at this moment that an old man in a brocade robe suddenly blocked the path of Xiao Yan and the others. May I ask if this Mr. is Xiao Yan? Chapter 1305. An amiable laughter slowly sounded. The forward footsteps of Xiao Yan's group also paused. The few of them exchanged glances with each other. Immediately, their gazes once again returned to the old man in front of them. The old man had a head full of grayish-white hair. His face was rosy and plump. There was a tuft of beard on his chin. His somewhat shriveled hand was slowly stroking it. A pair of turbid old eyes were currently smiling as he stared at the group of people in front of him. This was especially the case when his gaze landed on Xiao Yan. The smile in his eyes became even denser. Seeing the old man in front of him like this, Xiao Yan also knew that the old man must know his identity. Otherwise, he would not have such an expression. Without much hesitation, he was secretly on guard. He carefully cupped his hands toward the old man in front of him and said, "I am Xiao Yan. May I know what is the matter?" Sensing the change in Xiao Yan's aura, the old man nodded with a kind smile and said, "Don't be nervous. Mister, there is no need to be nervous. No one in Donghua City can touch you, and I am no exception." As soon as the old man said this, Xiao Yan was stunned. However, before he could think about why, the old man in front of him continued to speak, "I am Zhangli. I am the manager of the Yunin Pavilion in Donghua City. It is my pavilion master who ordered me to wait for you here. Before he left, he repeatedly reminded me that if Mr. Xiao Yan comes here, I must treat you well. If anyone dares to make things difficult for you, no matter who it is, they will not appear in Donghua City in the future. Therefore, in Donghua City, Mr. Xiao Yan can rest assured." The old man laughed softly as he made an inviting gesture toward Xiao Yan. Only then did the latter come to a sudden understanding. No wonder this old man was able to recognize him at a glance. It was actually something done by Luo Jin. Moreover, from the words of Zhang Li earlier, it appeared that the strength of the hidden cloud pavilion in this area was much greater than he had imagined. Elder, you are too polite. Returning to his senses, Xiao Yan hurriedly cupped his hands towards the old man in front of him. Only then did he lead the few people behind him towards a certain place in the center of the city under Zhang Li's lead. Although Donghua City is nominally under the control of the hidden cloud pavilion, it still belongs to the southern region. Other than managing some trivial matters, most of the resources and shops in the city still belong to the forces of the southern region. Don't underestimate them. On the surface, they seem to be shops opened by ordinary kings, but behind them, there are even more powerful forces supporting them, Yi Futian said. While the few of them were curiously observing the surrounding shops, Zhang Li's somewhat cautious voice was spat out. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head in understanding. Donghua City was one of the most important cities in the extreme south. How could an ordinary faction be able to establish a shop here and be able to live in such a stable manner? Senior, you're talking about the Origin Emperor, right? Xiao Yan smiled. Those who could set up a force here were naturally Origin Emperors. Huh, Mr. Xiao Yan, that's hard to say. The southern region is vast but sparsely populated. There are countless experts who have yet to appear. What you've seen is only the surface of the southern region. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes immediately hardened when these words were uttered. He naturally understood the meaning behind the old man's words. This was just like the mysterious valley of the Qin wasteland back in the western region. On the surface, it was indeed the largest faction in the western region. However, the one who could truly be called the Dragon Head was the Murong clan located in the western region of the Western Wasteland, or the Blood Flame Bird tribe in the Fire Maple Forest in the extreme south. Until now, Xiao Yan had only seen the tribe head of the Blood Flame Bird tribe, Zhu Hao, and his son, Zhu Kan. The size of their entire tribe was naturally unimaginable. The continent was very large, and there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This was also why one had to be careful when walking on the continent. There was no absolute power on this continent. A moment later, the group of people appeared in a pavilion. In the hall, after the few of them took their seats, Zhang Li walked in front of them, cupped his hands, and said slowly, "Senior brother Zhang Li, I'm sorry." He slowly said, "I wonder if you know anything about my Yunin pavilion or the central region?" The few people seated shook their heads when these words were uttered. This was the first time that they had headed to the middle region of the continent. Who would know just what kind of scenery it was? As for the hidden cloud pavilion, even Xiao Yan knew that it was a faction that belonged to the middle region. He did not know just where it came from. Zhang Li softly acknowledged when he saw everyone shake their heads. It was as if he was not surprised by this result. After which, he continued to speak. Before the pavilion chief left, he specially instructed the old me to inform everyone clearly if they were to come here. The middle region is different from the borders of the continent. The factions there are more complicated. At the same time, it is also more dangerous. Mr. Xiao Yan needs to pay attention to some of the stronger factions in the middle region. The division of the factions in the central region is different from other regions. Other than some powerful magical beast clans, the human factions are led by the Pill Tower, followed by the Tianyuan sect and the Ghost Gate. There are also the three great clans, the Shao clan, the Bai clan and the Ouyang clan. Finally, there are the other four great factions led by the Cloud Immortal sect. The Ghost Temple sect is also one of them. The Heavenly Cloud Villa, where my Cloud Immortal sect is located, is one of them. The other faction is called the Dui sect. I believe that Mr. Xiao Yan will come into contact with them in the future. Zhang Li's gaze involuntarily landed on the little fairy doctor and Lien, when he finished speaking. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see the difference between the two women. Xiao Yan's expression changed when he heard about the Shao clan. He did not expect the Shao clan to be one of the super factions in the central region. However, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan could not help but worry about Xiao Xian's current situation. The latter had yet to obtain the complete third scroll of the Origin Returning Art, and his cultivation would definitely be affected. It was likely that he would not be able to avoid trouble in the Shao clan. A chilly glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he thought of this. It was fine if Xiao Xian was fine. However, if he were to head to the Shao clan and see Xiao Xian being treated coldly by others, it was fine if he did not want this so-called clan. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yan finally recovered. Zhang Li also opened his mouth once again. Although most of these factions hold their own, Mr. Xiao Yan should pay special attention to the Ghost Temple sect and the Cloud Celestial sect. On the surface, these two factions are indeed as famous as the Heavenly Cloud Villa and the Dewey sect. However, they are actually branches of the Heavenly Origin sect and the Ghost Gate. The two factions are wary of each other and have been in conflict for many years. They are scattered across the borders of the continent. It was only in recent years that the Ghost Temple sect gradually gathered its forces and withdrew from the borders of the continent. Although this is the case, Mr. Xiao Yan should be extremely careful if you encounter them in the future. Xiao Yan could not help but nod his head solemnly when he heard this. He naturally knew the reason why the Ghost Hall gathered its forces better than anyone else. However, he did not expect that the first thing he would face when he was about to step into the central region would be the Ghost Temple sect. As for the so-called Ghost Gate, it was likely that it was an even more terrifying existence. In addition, the pavilion master specially instructed before he left that if Mr. Xiao Yan encounters any trouble that he cannot resolve, he can come to the Heavenly Cloud Villa. The pavilion master will definitely do his best to help. Chapter 1306. In the pavilion, Xiao Yan and the rest stood up with smiles on their faces after listening to Zhang Li's kind explanation. They cupped their fists together towards the old man in front of them and respectfully said, "Thank you, elder." A smile involuntarily surfaced on Zhang Li's old face when he saw everyone's reaction. He gently lifted his hand and said with a faint smile, "Mr. Xiao Yan is too polite. This old man is merely following orders." All of this was instructed by the pavilion master. I am merely passing on the pavilion master's words. I only hope that Mr. Xiao Yan will be cautious after reaching the central region. The people there cannot be compared to the southern region. Zhang Li's tone carried a hint of caution towards the end of his words. He had naturally heard of Xiao Yan's actions in the extreme south. Based on Xiao Yan's character, he would inevitably attract trouble once he reached the central region. This junior will remember Elder's kind reminder in his heart. However, there are times when trouble does not necessarily come from oneself. If anyone thinks that my friends and I are easy to bully, I will definitely use my fists to tell them that we are not persimmons. Xiao Yan smiled indifferently. A cold glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. His words were clearly referring to the Ghost Temple sect. Even if Xiao Yan truly wanted to avoid that group of people who were neither human nor ghost, it was likely that it would be difficult for him to do so. The Ghost Temple sect would definitely take action against him during this trip to the central region. At that time, not only him, but even his friends would inevitably encounter trouble because of this. The best way to deal with this was to use violence to curb violence. He would use a sufficiently powerful force to kill and expel all the intruders. When Zhang Li saw the cold murderous intent that flashed across Xiao Yan's face, he involuntarily opened his mouth. However, he remained silent in the end. He nodded his head and said, "In that case, this old man wishes everyone a smooth journey in advance. We will meet again in the future. See you again in the future." Everyone cupped their fists in unison. Then, under Zhang Li's lead, they once again came to the center of Donghua City. The human flow on the spacious open ground was like a flood. At this moment, a dazzling golden glow was being emitted from between over 10 stone pillars on an enormous tall platform. Following the extreme flickering of the glow, a group of human figures appeared on the stone platform a short moment later. The gazes of quite a number of people present also followed and looked over. At this moment, Xiao Yan's gaze had noticed the stone pillars around the stone platform. Compared to the transportation formations he had seen in the past, the one in front of him seemed to be different. Sensing Xiao Yan's gaze, Zhang Li faintly smiled. He gently stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Mr. Xiao Yan, do you think there's something wrong with this teleportation portal?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression was first stunned, and then he recovered. He smiled embarrassedly and said a little awkwardly, "Although I have seen many teleportation portals before, it seems that this teleportation portal is different in both size and structure." Mr. Xiao Yan's observation is very detailed. Compared to the teleportation portals in the southern, western and northern regions, this teleportation portal is indeed different. Mr. Xiao Yan may not know, but the construction of a teleportation portal itself is not fixed. The reason why the teleportation portals that are commonly seen are all rank 5 is because the formation of a teleportation portal itself requires a large amount of spiritual energy as the foundation. Only when one's spiritual energy reaches rank 5 can it be formed. Xiao Yan involuntarily nodded when he spoke until this point. He had also heard of this point. The agglomeration of a teleportation formation required a great amount of spiritual strength as the price. No one below the rank 5 formation master level was able to successfully agglomerate it. But other than that, there are rank 6 and even rank 7 teleportation portals above rank 5. The teleportation portal in Donghua City is rank 6. Compared to a rank 5 teleportation portal, a rank 6 teleportation portal consumes more energy, but at the same time, the teleportation distance and speed will be greatly increased. It is precisely because the distance between the central and southern regions is so great that only a rank 6 teleportation portal can achieve such an effect. Of course, other than the regional teleportation array, there are also some short-distance teleportation arrays. There is no need to set up a formation array. As long as you borrow the power of the formation plate, you will be able to perform short-distance teleportation arrays. However, the disadvantage of those teleportation arrays is that they are aimless. However, for some people who are fleeing, it is not a bad choice. In short, different formations have different effects. Although there are many alchemists on this continent, formation masters are not to be trifled with. Unfortunately, there are too many forces that have neglected the existence of formation masters. Many alchemists have neglected the existence of formation masters. As he spoke, Zhang Li's eyes involuntarily swept over Xiao Yan. He was naturally aware that the black-robed, young man in front of him was also an alchemist. It was also because of this that there was an additional emotion at the end of his words. Due to the existence of the Pill Tower, all the experts on this continent believed that alchemists were the best. However, because of this, they had neglected the equally powerful formation masters. It must be said that this was a kind of tragedy. Xiao Yan came to a sudden understanding in his heart after hearing Zhang Li's words. He did not have much understanding of formations. In the past, he had underestimated the strength of a formation master. Now that he thought about it, a formation master did have its own unique points. If it could flourish in the future, it was likely that it would become one of the most popular professions on the Yuanwu continent. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, the group moved towards the tall platform in front of them. Zhang Li looked at the backs of the group in front of him and could not help but have a vague guess in his heart. It was likely that the middle region would stir up a storm because of this group of people in the future. The group slowly stepped onto the tall platform and entered the formation. Outside, there was an old man in golden robes controlling the formation. After everyone stepped into the formation, the old man once again changed his familiar seal. Following the rapid change of the seal in the old man's hand, the formation under everyone's feet and the surrounding stone pillars also emitted a wave of golden light. When the golden light enveloped everyone within the formation like the light of the scorching sun, everyone's vision also became blurry. Hum hum hum, a wave of golden light once again flashed on the large square. Everyone present glanced indifferently at it. Soon after, a group of figures appeared within the formation in the middle of the square. After the golden light faded, Xiao Yan's group's vision gradually recovered. They carefully observed their surroundings. Their eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. So, this is the Central Region. Chapter 1307. The ancient Orchid City was a small city located in the southwest of the Central Region. Although this place was not under the control of any faction, due to the existence of a transportation array, the ancient Orchid City had become the most popular city in this area. Just the daily flow of customers was comparable to some of the big cities in the Central Region. One could imagine how prosperous the city was. At this very moment, in the middle of the ancient Orchid City, Xiao Yan and the others revealed curious expressions as they sized up their surroundings. A long while later, they finally walked toward a street under the disdainful gazes of the people around them. The passers-by on both sides of the street looked at the few curious young people with mocking expressions on their faces. The gazes they used to look at them were as though they were looking at a group of country bumpkins. Although they had seen quite a number of young people who had just arrived, there would always be people who would mock and ridicule them. In fact, there would also be quite a few people who would find trouble with them. I say, little brats, is this your first time in the central region? Just as Xiao Yan and the rest were slowly walking towards the street, a few tall middle-aged burly men walked over from the side. These men had already noticed the presence of Xiao Yan and the rest the moment they appeared. Based on their many years of experience, they could naturally tell that this was the first time these youths had come to the central region. When the powerful cry from the strong man's mouth sounded, some of the people around who were more familiar with him immediately turned their gazes to Xiao Yan's group. Their gazes immediately swept between the two of them. When they saw the frail bodies of Xiao Yan's group, they could not help but shake their heads in pity. These few strong men may not be considered big shots, but they could be considered to have few opponents within the ancient Orchid City. Usually, they would specially deal with some newcomers who had just arrived and snatch benefits from their hands. This was especially the case for young people like Xiao Yan's group. Once they were targeted by them, it was likely that it would be very difficult for them to leave the ancient Orchid City peacefully without paying a price. When the burly men saw Xiao Yan and the rest stop in front of them, a mocking expression involuntarily flashed across their eyes. Subsequently, a smug smile appeared on the corners of their mouths as they took a step forward, appearing even more arrogant and willful. Is something the matter? The expressions of Xiao Yan's group did not change when they sensed the gazes of these few strong men that contained ill intent being shot over. At the same time as they turned around, an indifferent voice was also softly spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. When they saw the manner of Xiao Yan's group, the expressions on the burly men's faces were involuntarily stunned. Soon after, it turned into a cold smile. It was not as though they had never seen such arrogant newcomers in the past. Unfortunately, this kind of person did not have a good time in their hands. I say, kid, this is the central region, not the hometown of country bumpkins like you. Since you've come to my ancient Orchid City, you have to follow the rules here. Since you're new here, each person will have to pay 500 spirit stones as a toll. The leader of the few burly men walked up to Xiao Yan's group with his head held high. With a cold expression, he looked at the thin body of Xiao Yan in front of him and spoke in a rather rude and unreasonable tone. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyelids drooped slightly as the expression on his face gradually turned indifferent. His gaze swept across the surrounding crowd. Among them, there were quite a number of people who came here with them. Moreover, those people's cultivations were generally above King Yuan. Moreover, all of them had fierce expressions. At a glance, one could tell that they were the kind of people who were ruthless. Soon after, Xiao Yan's gaze once again returned to the burly man in front of him as he slowly said, "All right, then please collect their toll first." While saying this, Xiao Yan's gaze swept over once again. The burly man in front of him could not help but be startled by this. His gaze swept the surroundings as he coldly snorted and said, "Kid, among these people, only you guys are new here. You should, is it because you're so familiar with their faces, or is it because of their strength?" Before the words from the burly man's mouth sounded, Xiao Yan interrupted him with a single sentence. At the same time that his ice-cold gaze landed on the burly man's body, a frightening aura that caused the expressions of most people present to change abruptly spread out from within Xiao Yan's body. The powerful pressure actually suppressed the few burly men in front of him until they knelt on the ground. The burly men, who were originally much taller than Xiao Yan, could only uncontrollably submit at this moment. Origin King? Soon after, cries of disbelief rang out in the square. Countless gazes of shock also landed on Xiao Yan's body. It was not that they had never seen an Origin King before, but such a young Origin King was similarly in existence that was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns even in the central region. From what they knew, such a young Origin King expert could only be nurtured by those peak factions in the central region. Could it be that the young man before them was a young disciple of one of those factions? Only when they thought of this did the people present let out a sigh of relief. If that was the case, it would still make sense. If the group of people before them really came from the borders of the continent, the cultivation talent of this young man was a little too terrifying. Now, do you still want spiritual stones? Ignoring the shocked gazes in the surroundings, Xiao Yan looked indifferently at the middle-aged man who was half kneeling on the ground in front of him and slowly spoke. When the latter heard this, his heart was filled with bitterness. Soon after, he hurriedly and respectfully apologized. If one often walked by the river, how could one's shoes not get wet? Today, his group had finally met with an iron plate. In the past, their methods had never failed, but this time, they just had to meet Xiao Yan's group. This could be considered as a wake-up call for them. If he really was a disciple of some large faction, these fellows might not necessarily still be alive and kneeling here. After dealing with the trouble before them, Xiao Yan's group did not pay any more attention to them and slowly walked in the direction they had chosen earlier. Afterwards, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. At the same time, on a certain tall building in the city, two figures, one old and one young, were looking in the direction Xiao Yan's group had left. In particular, when their gazes landed on Lian, greed could not help but appear in the depths of their eyes. It has been many years since we last met. That child has grown up. The old man looked at the pretty Lian, and could not help but lick his lips. Now, he was completely sure that Lian, was the child they had lost back then. Third elder, now you should believe what I said. As long as we join forces to bring the holy maiden back to the sect, you will definitely be rewarded greatly, and don't worry. As long as you bring the holy maiden back, I will definitely stand on your side. Naturally, your marriage with Xianxian will not be a problem. When the young man spoke, the old man also laughed faintly. Hearing this, the young man's face immediately revealed a joyful smile. He hurriedly bowed respectfully to the old man in front of him. As the old man smiled and waved his hand, he did not notice that when the young man lowered his head, an extremely obscure sinister light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 1308. Outside of ancient Orchid City, Xiao Yan was currently holding a map in his hand. The map detailed the distribution of the various large regions in the middle region, as well as the locations of some cities and super factions. Among them, the location of the Xiao clan was also marked in detail. Additionally, Xiao Yan also noticed that the nearest faction to them was the Du Ai sect. The Heavenly Cloud Villa was located in the north, while the Cloud Immortals sect was located in the southeast. Among the four great factions, only the Ghost Temple sect was not marked on the map. Putting these aside, based on the location of the Xiao clan on the map, it was obvious that Xiao Yan would have to go through quite a long journey in order to reach it. The Yuanwu continent was very large, and the middle region included countless clans and factions. Although these so-called super factions were able to hold their own in this place, it did not mean that the middle region belonged to them. This might seem like an extremely short distance on the map, but if they really had to travel, it was likely that even with Xiao Yan's current cultivation, it would take at least a month to reach the Xiao clan. Moreover, the little fairy doctor and the rest were following him. The group had just arrived and naturally had nowhere to go. Putting aside the fact that the little fairy doctor and Bai Hua would follow Xiao Yan, Li Bingrui would also not easily let him off. As for Lian, she would naturally follow the four of them. Now that Xiao Yan was rushing to the Xiao clan, they naturally had to follow him. Let's go to the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan took the lead after greeting the few of them. His toes gently pressed on the ground, and his body rushed into the air in the blink of an eye. Behind him, the little fairy doctor and the rest quickly followed. The group flew in the direction of the Xiao clan on the map. Not long after the group left, two human figures swiftly flew out from ancient Orchid City. They looked in the direction that Xiao Yan's group had left in and laughed coldly. After which, they turned into two black figures and quickly chased after them. According to the markings on the map, the Xiao clan was located in Xiao City. The Xiao clan's faction was located in the surrounding thousands of miles. Further out were some smaller clans and sections. Although these factions did not seem worth mentioning on the map, they were undoubtedly much stronger than Xiao Yan's group. The middle region is really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Ancestor Fantion's origin sect is already considered the strongest in the southern region. However, in the middle region, it is at most an ordinary third-tier faction. Origin sect experts are only below average here. In that case, wouldn't the sect leaders of these super factions be at least origin venerables? Tisk tsk. Origin venerables. Just the cultivation of a origin sect expert is already so terrifying. If they are origin venerables. The little fairy doctor and the rest involuntarily smacked their lips when these words reached this point. They did not dare to easily imagine the strength of an origin venerate expert. At the front, Xiao Yan smiled indifferently. Although the origin venerate stage was still very far away from them, this group was still much younger than those experts. Regardless of whether it was their cultivation talent or character, they would not be lacking. He believed that as long as they were given enough time, it would not be difficult for them to become origin venerables. However, just as this group of people was swiftly flying toward the eastern sky, Xiao Yan, who had a calm expression, suddenly frowned. An obscure glint swiftly flashed deep within his eyes. At the same time, his gaze swiftly collided with Bai Hua by his side. The latter had sensed the caution in Xiao Yan's eyes in the blink of an eye. What is it? The little fairy doctor frowned and asked in a puzzled voice when she saw Xiao Yan and Bai Hua suddenly become quiet. Be careful, there might be trouble. While speaking, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the vigorous Genesis Qi in the vortex in his body immediately began to circulate. Boundless energy swiftly flowed through the Qi paths in his body like waves as a purple flame gradually rose in his pitch-black eyes. The group of people who were flying forward came to a halt. Numerous vigilant gazes looked in the direction they came from. At the end of their line of sight, two blurry black dots were rapidly approaching. In just a few breaths, two figures, one old and one young, had already appeared in their line of sight. The group frowned when they saw the two unfamiliar figures from afar. They had just arrived in the central region and had yet to provoke any faction. If they had to target someone, it would be the few origin kings from before. However, Xiao Yan had not killed them, so what was the point of this? The two of you seem to have followed us for a long time. May I know what you need from us? Xiao Yan frowned and walked towards the group. He cupped his hands together towards the two figures nearby and said in a low voice. The old man and the young man slowly approached Xiao Yan's group when they heard this. The old man's dark old eyes swept over Lian air. After which, they landed on the little fairy doctor. A glint involuntarily flashed deep within his old eyes. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that these two girls possessed the woeful poison body. Immediately, he involuntarily rejoiced in his heart. Bringing back a holy maiden would allow him to obtain great benefits. However, if he were to bring back two people with the woeful poison body, it would undoubtedly be an even greater contribution. At this moment, an endless killing intent surged into Su Zhen's eyes the moment he saw Xiao Yan. The various things that had happened in the past were still vivid in his mind. Since Xiao Yan had appeared in front of him today, he would naturally seek revenge for all the enmity from the past. If it were not for the sake of the overall situation, it was likely that the current him would have already been unable to resist charging forward to fight with Xiao Yan. Haha, it can't be considered teaching. I'm here to ask for someone. The old man gently stroked his beard. His gaze paused on Xiao Yan with some surprise. Such a young origin emperor was indeed rare, especially one who had come from the borders of the continent. This was even more surprising. However, an origin emperor was ultimately an origin emperor. In the eyes of the origin sect experts, there was still too much of a difference. Ask for someone? Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Surprise surfaced in his eyes. This was the first time they had met the two people in front of them. Why would they ask for someone? The little girl behind you is the holy maiden of my Daoist sect, who has been missing for many years. I'm here to bring her back. Xiao Yan's expression immediately turned gloomy when he heard this. It really was what he wanted. Now that he was in the central region, he was afraid that he would encounter the people from the Daoist sect. However, he did not expect to encounter the people from the Daoist sect right after he left the ancient Orchid City. This was not a good thing. Since they had recognized Lian's special constitution, Xiao Yan understood that regardless of whether the girl was the holy maiden that the old man spoke of, the old man would bring her back today. However, this was not something that Xiao Yan wanted to see. Xiao Xian had already been brought back to that unknown clan. How could he hand Lian over to a faction that he did not know about and did not even have a good impression of? Therefore, today was probably Wonderful Bookstore. Chapter 1309. Of course, if you are still worried or are willing, you can join my Daoist sect. I can guarantee that given your talent, you will definitely become a core disciple if you join my Daoist sect. Your future achievements will be limitless, and you may even be able to take on great responsibilities in my Daoist sect, becoming, my apologies, I have no interest in joining your esteemed sect. As for the girl, she is my friend's disciple, and I cannot hand her over to you. Therefore, I will have to ask old Mr. to return. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Xiao Yan shook his head, firmly rejecting the other party's wishes. The expression on Su Zhen's face involuntarily changed when he heard the words of the old man beside him. He did not expect that this old man, who would not die, would cherish Xiao Yan's talent and want to recruit him to the Daoist sect. If Xiao Yan really succeeded, it would not be good for his revenge or even his other plans. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's reply caused him to be quite satisfied. Only in this way did he have a reason to urge this fellow beside him to attack and kill Xiao Yan. Third elder, this brat dares to speak to you in such a manner and even underestimate my Daoist sect. We must teach him a lesson. Although the old man knew that Su Zhen was merely adding fuel to the fire, this was Xiao Yan's attitude. What's more, there were two woeful poisoned bodies placed in front of him. Since Xiao Yan was unwilling to hand over the girl no matter what, the old man naturally had no choice but to personally take action. Kid, this old man cherishes talent, so I don't want to fight with you. However, that little girl is my sect's holy maiden. No matter what, this old man must bring her back today. If you continue to be stubborn, then don't blame this old man for taking action. As the somewhat hoarse voice was spat out from the old man's mouth, a powerful aura and pressure suddenly swept out from the old man's body. The frightening aura caused the expression on Xiao Yan's face to instantly change. At the same time, the little fairy doctor and the rest hurriedly adjusted the Genesis Chi in their bodies. For Star Origin Sect, Xiao Yan's expression changed as he sensed the powerful aura that spread from the old man's body. At the same time, he involuntarily let out a quiet cry in his heart. This kind of cultivation was even a little stronger than ancestor Fen Tian. Buzz. Immediately after, Su Zhen's body trembled slightly as another powerful aura swept out. At this moment, his aura had already reached the level of a 3-star origin emperor. Of course, this was under the premise that he was concealing his true strength. Otherwise, if the old man beside him knew that Su Zhen's cultivation had already reached that of a 6-star origin emperor, he would probably be shocked. An origin ancestor and an origin emperor. Such a lineup was already considered terrifying for Xiao Yan's current group. Fortunately, the other experts from the Crossing Adversity sect had yet to arrive. Otherwise, once they gathered even more experts, it would truly be difficult for them to escape. Brat, I'll give you one more chance. Either hand over the Saintess or leave with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. The old man stared at Xiao Yan with a cold expression. Xiao Yan was merely an initial origin emperor. Such a cultivation was far from enough in front of him. Once he personally attacked, it was likely that this group of people would not even have the chance to retaliate. I'm sorry, we don't have the Saintess you want here, and we won't leave with you. So, please. At the same time that the cry was spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth, his body suddenly shook. A purple-colored, heavenly flame immediately spat out from the pores all over his body. In the blink of an eye, it covered his entire body. At the same time, the temperature of this place suddenly rose. The originally warm and moist air immediately became dry and hot. Even the mountain forest below was similarly affected. This is a heavenly fire? The old man's pupils abruptly shrank at the sight of the purple flames on Xiao Yan's body. Surprise involuntarily appeared on his face. Heavenly fires had long since gained sentience, but he never imagined that there would be a human who could control a heavenly fire. This was truly unheard of. Brat, I'm suddenly curious about you. To think that you can control a heavenly fire. No wonder you've reached the Origin Emperor stage at such a young age. However, I'll still say the same thing. If you don't intend to hand over the Saintess, I'll have no choice but to kill you here. I'll personally bring the Saintess back. As he spoke, the old man's withered hand gradually lifted as black Genesis chi slowly condensed in his palm. Soon after, it condensed into a black blade that was curved like a crescent moon. The blade did not have a hilt, and the 3 fingers wide blade was clamped between the old man's 5 fingers. The sharp blade gave off a chilling aura that sent chills down one's spine. Brat, remember my name, Tang Long. As his low voice rang out, the old man's hand trembled slightly. The ink-colored blade shot out in the blink of an eye, slicing through space. With a few twists, it arrived in front of Xiao Yan, its chilling blade heading straight for the spot between Xiao Yan's brows. If the blade landed, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly die. Dragon Phoenix Ancient Armor, Golden Elephant Art, Heavenly Fire Armor, Condense. Xiao Yan let out an explosive cry in his heart. On his body, 3 layers of protection were agglomerated and formed in the blink of an eye. The fierce purple-colored flame was so agglomerated that it appeared to be a substance. As the purple-colored flame flowed, it was as viscous as a liquid. However, that frightening temperature still caused people to be frightened. If Xiao Yan had relied on his sky extinction steps, he would have been able to easily dodge this attack. However, the little fairy doctor and the others were standing behind him. In order to prevent them from being injured, Xiao Yan could only rely on his brute force to forcefully receive this attack. Tang Long could not help but sneer when he saw the heavenly fire armor that seemed to have solidified on Xiao Yan's body. Brat, I know that a heavenly fire is extraordinary, but if you think that you can block my black moon blade with just this, you're too naive. In the next moment, the strange, black-colored curved blade in the sky violently smashed into Xiao Yan's body under his 3 layers of defense. Bang! The moment the curved blade made contact with the heavenly flame armor, the rotating body of the curved blade paused for a moment. Soon after, it began to rotate wildly. The black-colored glow continued to appear. Looking from the side, it appeared like a black-colored full moon. The sharpness on it also repeatedly struck Xiao Yan's heavenly flame armor. Over 10 seconds later, one could hear a bang sound. Xiao Yan's heavenly flame armor was actually forcefully broken apart by the curved blade. Even Xiao Yan's body was forced back a couple of steps. Giant elephant art. Break. Another low cry sounded. Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook. A ferocious force immediately poured out like a flood erupting from a mountain. At the same time, a piercingly cold golden light was emitted from Xiao Yan's body. A frightening force actually sent the curved blade flying. At the same time, a slight cracking sound was emitted from Xiao Yan's golden body. Although Xiao Yan had relied on the heavenly flame armor and the giant elephant skill to successfully block the old man's attack, the giant elephant skill had also reached the edge of breaking. The strength of this old man was much more frightening than Xiao Yan had imagined. If he wanted to quickly escape from these 2 people, it was likely that he could no longer be as slow as when he was dealing with Buddha Hao. Chapter 13:10. Huh. Seeing that his scimitar was actually forcefully sent flying by Xiao Yan while the latter appeared to be completely uninjured, Tang Long's sunken old eyes involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. Boy, I can't believe you managed to block my Black Moon scimitar with your initial Origin Emperor cultivation. You really surprised me. As Tang Long spat out these words, an icy look emerged on his old face. Genesis chi rapidly circulated in his meridians and gushed out. Surging power surged and gathered in the surrounding void, and the deadly poison contained in the Genesis chi caused the void to tremble. Usually, the Do AI sect's method of dealing with people who could not become friends with them was to kill them. This was especially the case for someone like Xiao Yan, whose training talent was extremely great, but who just so happened to affect the Do AI sect's benefits. Since they could not make use of Xiao Yan was destined to become their enemy in the future. Xiao Yan's expression didn't change in the slightest. The Genesis Qi in the vortex in his body rapidly circulated, and a powerful mysterious flame frantically gathered in the palm of his right hand. Terrifying power that contained the aura of reincarnation slowly gathered in his palm. Xiao Yan was well aware of the strength of this fellow in front of him. If he were to fight head-on, it was likely that he would not gain the slightest advantage. Moreover, since they were able to block them here, it was likely that there would be experts from the Do AI sect nearby. If they were to drag this out, it would not benefit their group at all. Hence, the angry Buddha reincarnation was his greatest hope. As long as he could force Tang Long back, Su Zhen beside him would naturally no longer pose a threat. Oh. Tang Long's old face once again changed when he sensed the aura that had gathered on Xiao Yan's right hand. There was even some disbelief in his eyes. An initial origin emperor brat was actually able to agglomerate such a frightening strength? Boy, stop. A low cry sounded and Tang Long's body, which was suspended in the air, suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. The absolute sky steps under his feet were unleashed. His body immediately dodged to the side without any hesitation. The empty space in front of him, which was still calm a moment ago, suddenly became distorted in the next second. A shriveled hand was suddenly extended. 5 fingers were curled into a claw that reached for Xiao Yan's face. However, the claw brushed past Xiao Yan's face the moment it attacked. So fast. Tang Long's heart shook. He didn't expect a mere origin emperor to possess speed comparable to an origin sect expert. Xiao Yan's right cheek involuntarily twitched at the same time his body paused. Due to the old man's special Genesis Qi, a purple-colored wound that was tainted by poison was left on one side of his face. Soon after, the heavenly flame surged. Only then did it remove all the poison with a slight sizzling sound. At the same time, the speed at which Xiao Yan gathered strength in his palm also abruptly increased. Boy, it seems that I've underestimated you. Ordinary origin emperors can't compare to the fact that you possess a heavenly fire. With a stern shout, Tang Long's body flashed forward again. With a wave of his sleeve, a large expanse of poisonous mist immediately swept outwards, pouncing towards Xiao Yan from all directions. As the latter dodged, he opened his mouth and spat out a ferocious flame, transforming into a giant fire net that charged into the black poisonous mist. A series of sizzling noises rang out as a large expanse of black smoke rose. The poisonous mist rapidly thinned under the obstruction of the heavenly fire. At this moment, Tang Long's body flashed and arrived beside Xiao Yan. He waved his large hand and the space around Xiao Yan immediately became distorted. Numerous black curtains that contained poison swiftly agglomerated and formed. Boy, let's see where you can run to. The strength of the great Tao surged and Xiao Yan's 4 paths of escape were immediately blocked. Tang Long clenched his 5 fingers and a black-colored poison gas swiftly agglomerated in his hand. It once again transformed into a curved blade. With a swing of his hand, the curved blade shot explosively toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, Tang Long's body also charged forward. Under this double pressure, even with Xiao Yan's agility, it was impossible for him to dodge Tang Long's attack. When trouble arrived, Xiao Yan also hurriedly used the Great Path of the Void. As the black curtains condensed behind him, several steel needles appeared in his left hand. With a flick of his wrist, the steel needles flew out, and his body sank into the Great Path tent while lying on his back. Asterisk clang clang clang, asterisk following several crisp collisions, sparks flew and the curved blade was blocked. Tang Long appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The moment the latter's body sank into the Great Path tent, Tang Long's 5 fingers clawed and left 5 burning bloody marks on Xiao Yan's chest. Asterisk pft. Asterisk on the other side, while Xiao Yan narrowly dodged Tang Long's attack, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Compared to Tang Long, even with the protection of the great path of the void, it was still difficult for him to match up. Tang Long's strength had far exceeded his expectations. If he fought alone without using any of his trump cards, he would definitely not be this old man's match. Damn it. It's actually the great path of the void. Boy, you're much more dangerous than this old man imagined. Xiao Yan had continuously dodged his attacks, and even the power of the great path of the void had not been able to successfully stop him. This made Tang Long's expression turn gloomy. As a dignified origin sect expert, dealing with an early origin emperor brat was completely easy. However, today, Xiao Yan had repeatedly made him suffer. If news of this spread, how could he, Tang Long, still have the face to continue living in the central region? Cough cough, the same goes for you. You are indeed worthy of being a Genesis sect expert, and your cultivation is indeed frightening. However, I am unable to do the same for Senior, who is willing to throw away his face to deal with a junior like me. Xiao Yan coughed a few times when he heard this. He could not help but grin as he felt the sweet taste of blood in his mouth, revealing a callous smile. The muscles at the corner of Tang Long's eyes twitched violently when he heard this. The fury in his heart burned even more fiercely. Sharp-tongued brat, you will pay the price for your words and actions. Tang Long's expression became increasingly ugly as he watched the terrifying aura gradually condense in Xiao Yan's palm. As his words rang out, Tang Long's figure instantly appeared near Xiao Yan like a ghost. His face wore a sinister smile as he eerily smiled at Xiao Yan. Soon after, his 5 fingers mercilessly grabbed at Xiao Yan's throat like a ghost's claw. Judging from the force behind his attack, Xiao Yan's throat would be directly pierced if he was hit. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1311. The ghost claw, which contained a dark black poison gas, was swiftly magnified in Xiao Yan's eyes. The expressions of the little fairy doctors group a short distance away had also become grave at this moment. Once an expert from a 4-star source zone truly attacked, it was no laughing matter. Xiao Yan's expression did not change much at this moment. The purple flame in his eyes surged as the great Dao tent was once again formed in front of him. At the same time, the fire will in his palm was swiftly gathering energy. Its aura had also become increasingly frightening. As long as he waited a little longer, the angry Buddha reincarnation would be completely formed. Even if this old man was a 4-star source zone, he would not be able to easily receive it. The dark black ghost claw quickly followed after Xiao Yan once again stabilized his body. While Xiao Yan's body dodged to the left and right, it still left behind a bloody scar on Xiao Yan's ribs. The dark black poison gas was just about to spread when it was quickly incinerated by the purple flame that filled Xiao Yan's body. The chase between the two was close and swift. On the other side, Suzhen watched the crazy fight between the two in the arena. A vicious expression gradually surfaced in his eyes. Xiao Yan's strength had far exceeded his expectations. If Tang Long was not present today, it was likely that he would have difficulty finishing off Xiao Yan alone. Moreover, based on the situation in front of him, even with Tang Long's strength, he might not be able to control Xiao Yan in front of Xiao Yan, who possessed the Void Way. The murderous intent in Su Zhen's heart grew even denser when he thought of this. His body stood in the air without moving. Threads of Genesis chi quietly gathered in his palm under his sleeves. His eyes, which contained killing intent, stared intently at Xiao Yan, who was paying full attention to Tang Long. The corner of his mouth was slowly lifted into a cold smile. Thud. With a muffled sound, Tang Long's palm slammed into Xiao Yan's shoulder. Although the latter had the Heaven Annihilation steps, it was unavoidable for him to be injured by the 4-star Genesis sect expert Tang Long. Powerful power burst out from Tang Long's palm, instantly causing half of Xiao Yan's body to lose all feeling. The Buddha's fury samsara in his right hand nearly dissipated as a result. Tang Long's figure followed closely behind, his sharp ghostly claw shooting over like lightning. Just as it was about to strike Xiao Yan's throat, the latter's body abruptly shifted backwards, the great Tao of void flashing around his body as he switched to the Heaven Annihilation steps. All that was left was a blurry afterimage as his body mysteriously vanished. Tang Long's claws mercilessly tore the afterimage in front of him to shreds. As he let out a cold snort, poison shot out from his palm, blasting the afterimage into nothingness. Tang Long turned around, his chilling gaze as he looked towards a certain spot in the sky and icily said voice. "Brat, do you only know how to run? Haha, old Mister's cultivation far surpasses this junior's. If not, I would have long since died at your hands. However, since old Mister does not wish for me to continue hiding, I will fulfill old Mister's request." The pale-faced Xiao Yan slowly turned around. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. Immediately, he slowly lifted his right hand. A gorgeous purple-colored fire wheel whizzed and rotated in his palm. A dark black light spot within it was as deep as a black hole. At the same time that the light spot slowly distorted and changed, a frightening aura that was filled with a destructive feeling quietly spread out from it. Is this a great Dao technique? But how is it possible for it to possess such a frightening energy? Even with Tang Long's temperament, the expression on his old face involuntarily became ugly when he sensed the frightening aura that spread from the fire wheel. He could sense a dense threatening aura from the fire wheel. Tang Long did not doubt that if this thing landed on his body, he would definitely have difficulty escaping death. However, was such a frightening Dao technique really something an initial stage origin Emperor Brat could do? Even though he was extremely unwilling in his heart, the truth was already placed in front of him. Xiao Yan's angry Buddha reincarnation had already been formed. Once it erupted, what he needed to consider was no longer how to kill Xiao Yan but how to protect himself. Angry Buddha reincarnation, go. Xiao Yan's emotionless eyes looked at Tang Long. The corner of his blood-stained mouth lifted slightly. The expression in his eyes was unusually indifferent and cold. As those words were slowly emitted from his mouth, Xiao Yan's hand trembled gently. The purple fire wheel suddenly began to rotate wildly in his palm. The thumb-sized strange black spot within it also began to tremble intensely at this moment. The instant the space around Xiao Yan exploded, a huge black light pillar suddenly shot out from the fire wheel in his palm. It expanded with the wind and in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a shocking light pillar that was dozens of feet thick. It appeared as though it wanted to pierce through the sky as it suddenly shot towards Tang Long. Damn it! At this moment, Tang Long could not help but become increasingly furious. How could he have imagined that Xiao Yan, who was merely an initial origin Emperor Brat, would actually make him feel such great pressure that it even threatened his life? Brat, you are the first person in so many years that I have treated you like this. Tang Long did not dare to hesitate any longer as his expression changed. He deeply inhaled a breath of air and held it in his chest. Soon after, his old face rapidly turned purplish black. This state only lasted for an instant before waves of hissing sounds were heard. Countless strange purplish-black poisonous gases burst out from the countless pores on the surface of his body in all directions. Moreover, the strange poisonous gases seemed to be mixed with traces of scarlet blood, causing the poisonous gases to become even more strange and sinister. Blood cloud poison sky. An invisible cry was emitted from Tang Long's mouth in a hoarse voice. After this cry sounded, the strange blood-colored poisonous gases that lingered around his body also swiftly swelled. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a blood-colored poisonous cloud that was 1,000 feet in size. Tang Long's body was completely wrapped by this poisonous cloud. The moment this poisonous cloud appeared, the empty space where Tang Long was immediately distorted. Numerous enormous cracks appeared in the empty space. Even the area where the few of them were located became dark at this moment. A thin layer of black fog quietly spread in the air. The originally calm mountain forest below also became distorted and melted. Finally, it transformed into a sludge that contained a strange poisonous gas. The little fairy doctor also immediately discovered this point in the empty space. She hurriedly waved her sleeves. An invisible aura spread and scattered the poisonous gases that were about to approach them. At the same time, the collision between Xiao Yan and Tang Long had also completely begun. Chapter 13:12. While the strange blood-colored poison cloud was being formed in the sky, the enormous black-colored energy light pillar that cut through the sky also arrived. Following the swift approach of the black-colored light pillar, the blood-colored poison cloud also began to fluctuate intensely. Threads of dense white fog rose from within it. After which, it was swallowed by the strange suction force that surged from the black-colored light pillar. The fluctuation in the air also became increasingly intense as the two became increasingly closer. The originally calm empty space seemed to have formed an enormous spatial wave at this moment, as though a meteorite had smashed into the surface of a lake. The entire place began to fluctuate intensely because of this. The little fairy doctor's group and Su Zhen's expressions were especially grave as they watched the scene in the sky. They widened their eyes in disbelief as they watched the shocking light pillar that cut through the sky and suddenly collide with the poison cloud in the sky. Chi! The black-colored light pillar was accompanied by a slight, chi-chi sound when it entered the poison cloud. After which, it quietly charged into the depths of the poison cloud that permeated the entire sky. However, the earth-shaking explosion that everyone had imagined did not appear after that. The strange black-colored poison cloud had descended into a strange calmness at this moment. The angry Buddha lotus flame did not penetrate it, nor did it scatter the poison cloud. Only the poison cloud on the periphery was vaporized into white smoke the instant it came into contact with the black-colored light pillar. After which, it was sucked into the black light pillar. The strange calmness in the sky caused everyone present to involuntarily hold their breaths. Even Su Zhen, who was prepared to attack, did not dare to act recklessly at this moment. The energy that was agglomerated in his palm alternated between bright and dark. The viciousness in his eyes was also drowned under the pressure of the dense aura of death. Quickly withdraw. Almost at the same time, Bai Hua and the old man in Su Zhen's body suddenly cried out. The expressions of the group quickly changed, and their figures rapidly retreated without any hesitation. Between the heavens and the earth, several air-piercing sounds rang out one after another. The strange atmosphere that lingered in everyone's heart also became increasingly heavy. Within the poisonous cloud, the clouds that covered the sky and the black light pillar trembled together. The unceasingly trembling void suddenly shattered, and at the same time, bang! A low and deep explosion sound had just sounded when the blood-colored poison cloud suddenly churned. A wave of intense, chi-chi sound continued to resound. Waves of white-colored fog spread out from deep within the poison cloud. The black-colored light pillar formed a strange whirlpool that completely swallowed the fog. After which, a bang sound appeared and the poison cloud immediately churned and swelled. It appeared to be alive as it followed the black-colored energy light pillar and spread towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's pale face immediately revealed a grave expression when he saw this. Compared to Xia Shan, Tang Long in front of him was undoubtedly many times stronger. If he were to allow the poison cloud to spread, it was likely that he would not be able to block the attack of this old fellow even if he relied on his angry Buddha reincarnation. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan immediately began to manically maneuver all the remaining Genesis Qi in his body. He poured all of it into the fire wheel in his hand without any hesitation. After which, his arms suddenly shook and the fire wheel in his hand trembled. A wave of turbulent energy spread from it. As the color of the wheel became increasingly deep, the devouring power lingering around the black light pillar also became increasingly ferocious. Under this terrifying suction force, the rapidly spreading blood-colored poison cloud was immediately torn into the light pillar. At the same time, under the effect of the poison cloud, the pitch-black light pillar also trembled violently at this moment. Bzz 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 bzz, as a low buzzing sound rang out, the blood-colored poison cloud churned more and more violently. The energy light on the black light pillar flickered, and at a certain moment, 100-foot-wide energy wave swept out from the blood-colored poison cloud with a loud bang. As the energy spread out, even the air was forcibly compressed into a vacuum world. The poison cloud also spread out, and the terrifying poison caused the invisible space to constantly distort until it collapsed. The little fairy doctor and the others in the distance revealed grave expressions as they watched the scene in the sky. Their hearts were worried for Xiao Yan while also feeling surprised at the frightening strength that the two of them had displayed. Su Zhen rejoiced a little as he watched the scene in the sky. It was fortunate that he had not acted impulsively earlier. It was likely that he would have to face this frightening energy storm head-on at this moment. Rumble, 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 numerous spatial cracks gradually appeared on the black light pillar in the sky. The energy within it also became increasingly uncontrollable. Numerous shattered light rays shot out from within it. At the same time, the poison cloud that Tang Long was in also churned violently. Waves of hoarse low roars would occasionally be emitted from it. From the sound of it, one could confirm that it was Tang Long bang. Suddenly, an explosive sound once again resounded. The fire will in Xiao Yan's hand and the shocking poison cloud that blotted out the sun exploded at the same time. Waves of turbulent and surging energy waves continued to sweep out from within. The invisible space was destroyed time and time again. Xiao Yan and Tang Long's bodies were also sent flying by this terrifying energy storm. The two of them were like kites with their strings cut as they fell. After which, they were caught by Bai Hua and Su Zhen. Su Zhen received the seriously injured Tang Long in his embrace. He looked at the latter's miserable appearance and knit his brows tightly. He involuntarily cursed in his heart. He did not expect that even Tang Long was unable to finish off Xiao Yan. From the looks of it now, it was likely that he would have to personally intervene. However, when Su Zhen released Tang Long and looked at Xiao Yan and the others, the similarly heavily injured Xiao Yan used the last of his strength to release the Northern King from his storage ring. At the same time, the vigilant and hostile gazes of the fairy doctor and the others landed on Su Zhen. Su Zhen's expression could not help but become somewhat ugly when he saw the strange lightning flickering on the surface of the Northern King. Even with his true cultivation as a 6-star origin emperor, he could not help but feel a sense of pressure when facing the Northern King, let alone the fairy doctor and the others behind him. Even though he still had the old man in his body, Tang Long was not dead. He could not risk exposing his trump card too much. If that happened, his trip today would have been for nothing. The muscles on Su Zhen's face involuntarily twitched when he thought of this. Only when Tang Long behind him coughed intensely did he turn around. His face was once again respectful as he walked to Tang Long's side and helped him up. His gaze cautiously eyed Xiao Yan's group on the opposite side. Next, both parties faced each other for a short moment before Su Zhen was the first to lead Tang Long away from this place. After which, the little fairy doctor and the others also supported Xiao Yan. After some hesitation, they turned and headed north. Chapter 13:13. After the battle with Tang Long, Xiao Yan was seriously injured. The group turned around and headed north. The north was where the Tianyun villa was located. The group had just reached the middle region when they met the experts from the Daoist sect. Although they had managed to force them back this time around, there might be other experts from the Daoist sect who would chase after them. Looking at Tang Long's stance, it seemed that he valued Lian Er's woeful poisoned body extremely highly. If they continued to head east, it was likely that they would meet with trouble that they could not resolve. Moreover, given Xiao Yan's current condition, he really needed some time to recover. Currently, the closest and safest place was likely the Tianyun villa where Luo Jin was at. As long as they reached that place, it was likely that even with the foundation of the Daoist sect, they would have no choice but to think carefully. While Xiao Yan's group was heading towards the Tianyun villa, on the other side, the seriously injured Tang Long was led by Su Zhen to the sky above a mountain forest not far from the ancient Orchid City. Su Zhen, who should have continued to head back, stopped when they arrived at this place. Tang Long, on the other hand, took the opportunity to take a short break on a mountain peak because he had consumed a medicinal pill. Cough little fellow, this time around, it is all thanks to you. If you were not around, I'm afraid that I would have already. The pale-faced Tang Long's body trembled as he sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. It was as though he would easily fall if the wind blew. Su Zhen stood beside him with his hands behind his back. His eyes looked in the direction that Xiao Yan's group had left in. At the same time that a murderous intent surged in his eyes, a fierce glint also flashed across his eyes. After which, his eyes slowly landed on Tang Long beside him. Third Elder's words are too serious. This matter was originally caused by me. If I did not inform you, such a situation would not have occurred. I hope that elder will forgive me. Ugh, if we really want to talk about it, it is all my fault for being careless. Who could have imagined that that brat was merely an initial stage origin emperor, yet he was actually able to unleash such a frightening Dao skill. I will likely be laughed at when I return this time around. Additionally, I was unable to bring back the Holy Maiden. It will only be more troublesome when the sect leader learns about it. Tang Long furrowed his brows. His pale face was filled with worry. He knew the sect master's character. He had obtained news of the Holy Maiden but had not reported it. Now, he had failed to bring her back and was even covered in injuries. Not only would he not receive any sympathy, he would even receive an even greater punishment. Elder, actually, this junior has a method. Not only can it allow you to avoid punishment, but it can also make the sect leader feel sorry for you. However, at this moment, Suzhen chuckled. She slowly bent down and gently placed her right hand on Tang Long's back with a smile. Hearing this, Tang Long raised his brows, and a hint of joy appeared on his old face. If he could get the sect master to be exempted from any punishment, he didn't care about anything else. He hurriedly asked, "Tell me, what method?" That is, Suzhen slowly opened her mouth. At the same time, the smile on her face grew warmer and warmer. At the same time, the hand on Tang Long's back slowly lowered as she continued. "You will die, Puchi." The moment Suzhen's voice faded, Genesis Chi condensed in her right palm and instantly pierced through Tang Long's chest. Tang Long trembled all over as he stared at Suzhen in disbelief. Then, he slowly lowered his head and looked at the blood-red palm that had pierced through his chest. He couldn't believe that Suzhen would attack him. Why? I am the third elder of the Daoist sect. What good will it do you to kill me? It is precisely because you are the third elder of the Daoist sect that the other higher-ups will be alarmed if you die. At that time, I won't have to look for them. Those old bastards will take the initiative to find us. From where we are now, if we chase after them, we may be able to catch up to Xiao Yan and the others. As for you, you will become my nourishment. The warm smile on Suzhen's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a sinister and cruel expression. Suzhen clenched his right hand with a sinister grin, and a strange suction force was suddenly released from his palm. At the same time, the remaining Genesis Chi in Tang Long's body began to circulate uncontrollably. Wisps of Genesis Chi gathered in Suzhen's palm and were absorbed into his body. "You wretched disciple, even if I die today, I will destroy you." Sensing the strange changes in his body, Tang Long's heart was filled with fear. Only now did he realize that his sect master's worry for Suzhen was not fake. But it was already too late. Tang Long's body trembled violently as he roared with unwillingness. The remaining Genesis Chi in the vortex in his body also violently surged. Two powerless hands desperately clutched Suzhen's hand, and the expression on his old face gradually turned sinister. It seemed that the old man was planning to self-destruct and perish together with Suzhen. "Hey, self-destruct? Teacher, please." Not only was Suzhen not the slightest bit worried when he saw this, he even laughed coldly in disdain. If Tang Long was still in his peak condition, perhaps he would be worried. However, the current Tang Long was merely an arrow at the end of its flight. Coupled with the existence of his teacher, there was naturally no problem. As his voice sounded, a somewhat illusory figure appeared in the void beside the two. When Tang Long saw the figure in front of him, the expression on his deathly pale face abruptly turned to one of horror, and a roar of disbelief rang out from his mouth again. "You do? It's you. Hee, third brother, we finally meet again. I almost died in your hands back then. How about it? Now, it's my turn to take back everything that I've lost." As the cold laughter sounded, Yudu suddenly slammed his palm on Tang Long's head. One could only hear a muffled cracking sound, and Tang Long's mouth was wide open. His face was filled with grievances as he died. After a short while, Tang Long's body was wrapped in a strange poisonous fog and was gradually swallowed by Suzhen. At the same time, the latter's face also strangely turned purplish black. His eyeballs rolled continuously, and his body trembled as he hurriedly sat down. He forcefully suppressed the extremely dark and cold energy in his body and gradually refined it. Almost at the same time, on a mountain south of ancient Orchid City, 3 figures were gathering from different directions. At this moment, the 3 of them were frowning as they looked at the shattered soul jade tablet in their hands. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Third brother is dead? Who did it? Who actually dares to kill an elder of my Daoist sect? Are you courting death? If they were afraid of death, they wouldn't have killed him. To be able to kill Tang Long, their cultivation is at least at the level of a 4-star source ancestor. Recently, no experts at the level of a 4-star source ancestor have appeared in this area, unless they are from the Heavenly Cloud Villa. That group of fellows usually mind their own business and rarely interact with us. Even if the conflict is not small, they should not have attacked us. Could it be someone else? Regardless of whether there is or not, let's go and take a look first. Everything will naturally be known when we reach the place. Chapter 13-14. At the peak of the cliff, Su Zhen's eyes, which had been tightly shut for a long time, finally opened as the aura within his body gradually calmed down. An obscure black light flashed across the depths of his eyes as a sliver of viciousness disappeared in the blink of an eye. The corners of Su Zhen's mouth involuntarily curled up as he sensed the powerful energy within his body. His body trembled slightly as he appeared high up in the sky. His right hand slowly clenched into a fist as he forcefully shook it. Immediately, the bones all over his body emitted cracking sounds. Huff! After doing this, Su Zhen exhaled a long breath of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest as he involuntarily laughed. 9-star Origin Emperor. Just 1 more star and my cultivation will be able to step into the Origin sect. At that time, the only person left in the Daoist sect who can threaten me will be him. There's no need to rush. It's still early. I believe that the people over there have already sensed Tang Long's death and will arrive here soon. At that time, we will kill Xiao Yan and snatch his heavenly flame. As for the 2 woeful poison bodies, they will naturally not be important. The space beside Su Zhen slowly distorted as Yudu's illusory figure appeared. When he saw his disciple in such a state, not only was there not the slightest bit of worry in his heart, he even felt a little crazy. In order to obtain sufficient power, one had to pay an extremely great price. This price could be anything, be it time, energy, wealth, or even one's life. For some lunatics, as long as they could obtain sufficient power, they did not care about how much life they had left. Su Zhen was precisely this type of person. Such a person was destined to be crazy. Teacher, do you think that little girl is really the so-called holy maiden? Other than killing intent, Su Zhen was also curious about Lian Er when Xiao Yan's group was mentioned. Immediately, his face was filled with interest as he looked at Yudu. He did not really believe that a holy maiden, who had disappeared for so many years, would actually once again return to their sites. This was a little unrealistic. None of this is important. Regardless of whether she is the holy lady or not, as long as that girl has the woeful poison body, it is enough for the upper echelons of the Daoist sect to take action. Once we obtain that woeful poison body, no one should be able to stop your marriage with that girl from the Daoist sect. In the future, the Daoist sect will belong to us. Yudu sneered in disdain. He did not care about his past identity. What was important now was to obtain the woeful poison body, and not to worry about the authenticity of Lian Er's identity. Oh. Now that they're here, it's up to you. All of a sudden, Yudu frowned. Soon after, he hurriedly turned around and returned to Su Zhen's body. The latter gave a heavy nod and hurriedly lowered his body. He deliberately slapped his chest, causing the Genesis chi in his body to dissipate as his face paled. If those fellows knew that Tang Long was dead while his disciple was completely unharmed, he would not be able to avoid suspicion. Moments later, 3 figures arrived and saw a pale-faced Su Zhen seated on a mountain peak, recovering from his injuries. Only when he sensed the trio's arrival did Su Zhen cautiously open his eyes. After confirming their identities, respect and regret surfaced on his pale face as he hurriedly stood up and bowed to the trio. Disciple greets the three elders. Speak, what happened to Tang Long? Ignoring Su Zhen's respectful attitude, the leader of the trio fixed his somewhat gloomy gaze on Su Zhen as he asked in a low voice. Third elder, in order to save disciple, get to the point, I'm not in the mood to listen to your complaints. Before Su Zhen's voice faded, the former bellowed again. Only then did Su Zhen's expression abruptly change. He bowed and continued. Third elder and this junior accidentally discovered our sect saintess who had disappeared for many years. What did you say? Saintess? You found the saintess? Where is she? Before Su Zhen finished speaking, the expressions of the three old men in front of him changed at the same time. There was even a hint of shock in their eyes. If this news were to spread to the sect, it was likely that even the sect leader would be alarmed. Yes, but when we went to chase after her, we were stopped by a boy called Xiao Yan. In the end, the third elder was killed by Xiao Yan. This junior tried my best to escape and luckily managed to keep my life, but the third elder, towards the end, tears involuntarily gushed out from Su Zhen's eyes, causing the three elders to laugh coldly in their hearts. Speaking of which, the news of the saintess was already shocking enough. What is the strength of this Xiao Yan you speak of, and which faction does he belong to? Could it be the Central Region's Xiao clan? The expressions on the trio's faces could not help but be stunned when they heard Xiao Yan's name. In their impression, there was no origin sect expert called Xiao Yan in the Central Region. Even if there was one, it was likely to be a member of the Xiao clan. However, if that was the case, it would be troublesome. The Xiao clan was one of the top factions in the Central Region. Even though their Crossing Adversity sect had an extraordinary status, it was undoubtedly much inferior to the Xiao clan. Elders, please be at ease. This Xiao Yan is not from the Central Region, but from the borders of the continent. Su Zhen nodded slightly and explained. Oh. From the borders of the continent? If that's the case, then there's no harm. Tell us, what star origin sect is he from? It's not easy to kill Tang Long. The elder in the lead gently nodded when he heard this, and his mood became much more relaxed. Since he was not from the Central Region, his life and death naturally did not matter. However, when Su Zhen heard the old man's words, the expression on his face unconsciously changed. His expression was a little strange for a moment. It was not until a long while later that he slowly said with some hesitation under the impatient gaze of the three people in front of him. Three elders, that Xiao Yan, is not an expert from the source sect, HSS. The trio's brows immediately raised when they heard these words, and they could not help but feel somewhat surprised. Someone who could kill Tang Long and was not a origin sect expert, could it be a origin venerate level expert? Origin venerate? Would an expert of that level give up his status to kill a origin sect expert? Humph, Su Zhen, it's better for you to speak. Who exactly is he? While the few of them were doubtful, the old man in the lead turned his gaze back to Su Zhen. He raised his chin and sneered. Su Zhen could not help but open his mouth in fear when he saw the trio's gazes shoot over. Reporting to the three elders, that Xiao Yan is merely an early origin emperor. Chapter 13-15. The moment Su Zhen's words left his mouth, the expressions of the three elders instantly froze. They stared at Su Zhen in disbelief, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Did you say, the origin emperor? The origin emperor can kill a sorcerer? How is that possible? And an early origin emperor at that? Su Zhen, even if this is an excuse, you should find a better one. How could a mere origin emperor kill a sorcerer? Moreover, it was a 4-star sorcerer. Even an expert of the same level might not be able to kill him. The three elders were shocked by Su Zhen's words, but they were also doubtful. They even snorted disdainfully. Ever since they had started cultivating, they had never heard of a sorcerer being killed by a mere origin emperor. Furthermore, the difference in cultivation between Xiao Yan and Tang Long was enormous. How could the former have created such a shocking battle record? Three elders, that Xiao Yan's fighting strength may be ordinary, but he has grasped an extremely powerful Do technique. It was because he had used that Dou technique that the third elder died. That Xiao Yan's body is currently seriously injured. The holy maiden of our sect is also following beside him. If we were to give chase now, Suzhen changed his tone. He placed his focus on the matter of chasing after Xiao Yan and the holy maiden. After all, it would not be a good thing for him if he spent too much effort on the matter of Tang Long's death. The three elders immediately withdrew their thoughts when the holy maiden was mentioned. Now wasn't the time to debate whether this matter was true or false. Their main task was to find the holy maiden as soon as possible and bring her back to the sect. As for Xiao Yan, they would know what his cultivation was like when they met him. Under Su Zhen's guidance, the four of them quickly flew towards the north. The three elders were anxious to find the holy maiden, so they were naturally much faster. They shook off Su Zhen and disappeared into the horizon in a few breaths' time. Behind them, Su Zhen watched as the three of them disappeared, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a sneer. Hey, it is fortunate that they did not get entangled with the problem of Tang Long, otherwise, it would really be troublesome. However, it is fortunate that Xiao Yan has helped us resolve this problem. Teacher, this time around, Xiao Yan will definitely die. Hee, don't be impatient. Xiao Yan is also an arrow at the end of its flight. They're carrying a seriously injured person, so they won't be able to run far. Let's catch up to them quickly. After all, the heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's hands is very useful to you. It's naturally best if you can obtain it. The master and disciple communicated in their hearts for a while. Then, Su Zhen revealed his true strength and chased after Yi Qingyu at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the seriously injured Xiao Yan was being carried by the little fairy doctor's group as they swiftly hurried to the location of the Tianyun villa. Although they could not be certain if there would be experts from the Crossing Adversity sect chasing after them, it was best for them to reach the location of the Tianyun villa first. That way, their troubles would be greatly reduced. At the very least, they would be able to find a safe place to give Xiao Yan some time to recover. However, with their current speed, it was likely that they would need quite some time to reach the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Moreover, it was hard to say what would happen during this period of time. For example, once the experts from the Daoist sect caught up with them, the fairy doctor and the others didn't dare to think too much about it. They could only speed up, hoping to reach the Heavenly Cloud Villa before trouble came. Half a day later. Within the vast forest, the little fairy doctor and the rest were currently seated in a rather secluded clearing. Other than Bai Hua, the rest of the group had completely retracted their auras into their bodies and were quietly resting. Bai Hua cautiously surveyed her surroundings on the branch of a towering ancient tree not far away. Her spiritual strength spread out as she carefully probed the surrounding environment. A moment later, she leaped down and returned to the group, nodding her head gently at the few of them. Xiao Yan was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the group. His face was pale, and the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time. In his body, waves of gentle medicinal power continuously flowed into his limbs and bones, repairing his damaged meridians. No matter how gentle the medicinal power was, the injuries in his body still caused Xiao Yan to feel a wave of pain. The battle with Tang Long was the strongest opponent Xiao Yan had encountered since the battle at the Burning Flame Valley. A 4-star source sect was indeed not to be underestimated. If it wasn't for his powerful body, the protection of the heavenly flame, the dragon phoenix ancient armor, and the assistance of various medicinal pills, Xiao Yan would have had to pay an even more terrible price than Tang Long. Fortunately, he was still alive. However, the danger was not over yet. From Tang Long's point of view, Xiao Yan could already understand that the Daoist sect seemed to place great importance on the woeful poison body. Even Tang Long did not hesitate to pay the price of being seriously injured in order to bring Lian Er back. There was no need to mention the attitude of the other experts from the Daoist sect. If he did not find a safe place as soon as possible, it was likely that he would not be able to successfully leave this middle region's border, much less reach the Shao clan. Phew, Xiao Yan slowly exhaled a breath of air. He endured the waves of pain that were transmitted from his body and once again consumed a medicinal pill. A thought immediately passed through his mind and a vast ocean-like spiritual strength swiftly spread out from between his brows like floodwater. By relying on his enormous spiritual perception, Xiao Yan was able to clearly investigate the situation around him and even further away. However, just as Xiao Yan's spiritual perception spread out, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened a moment later. His pale white face instantly became ugly. He endured the intense pain within his body, hurriedly looked at Bai Hua, and hurriedly said, "What are you doing? Quickly leave this place. Someone is chasing us." Once Xiao Yan's words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present immediately changed. Their hearts, which had just calmed down, were lifted in an instant. They naturally did not have the slightest doubt toward Xiao Yan. Moreover, from the looks of Xiao Yan's expression, this person's cultivation was likely not weak. Therefore, it was likely that they would have to change places now. Damn it, this group of fellows are really fast. Bai Hua carried Xiao Yan on her back and leaped into the air. The fairy doctor's white face was also filled with worry. Her pair of beautiful eyes paused on Xiao Yan. Immediately, she pulled Lian with one hand and leaped into the air. However, Li Bingrui hesitated. Looking at the four people in front of her, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Why don't you all leave first? I will lure them away." After saying this, she was about to move. "No, we are friends. If we are leaving, we will leave together." Immediately after, Bai Hua grabbed her wrist. She looked at Li Bingrui with a determined gaze. The latter sneered and said, "Friends? Don't forget, I want to kill Xiao Yan. Would you still call someone who wants to kill him a friend?" At the same time her voice sounded, a cold air suddenly appeared on Li Bingrui's delicate wrist. Bai Hua's hand trembled intensely. She involuntarily released her hand and took 2 steps back. Li Bingrui, on the other hand, moved her body and leaped into the air, intending to fly toward the south. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan, who was on Bai Hua's back, suddenly opened his mouth and cried out, "Li Bingrui, did you forget the letter your master left for you? She asked you to follow me, and not to send you to your death at this time. I never said that I was going to my death, nor did I allow you to mention my master. If not for your serious injuries, I would have already killed you before they even caught up." Li Bingrui's expression abruptly turned cold in response to Xiao Yan's reprimand. Killing intent gathered in her eyes as she stared at Xiao Yan. Bai Hua could not help but frown when she saw this. The Genesis chi in her body involuntarily began to circulate. On the other hand, Lian was biting her red lips, a conflicted look on her pretty face. It was only at a certain moment that she took 2 steps forward and said in a meek voice, "The one they want is me. Why don't you let me?" However, before Lian could finish her sentence, the 4 before her suddenly turned their heads and reprimanded her in unison. "You are not allowed." Chapter 13:16. Bai Hua's gaze involuntarily looked towards the southern horizon after her cry sounded. Her frown deepened. After which, she once again returned her gaze to the few people in front of her and said in a deep voice, "We are now a group. If we leave together. If we stay together. Li Bingrui, if you want to stay, we will stay with you." As she spoke, Bai Hua's body, which was floating in midair, descended. Behind her, the little fairy doctor also descended with Lian. Seeing this, Li Bingrui involuntarily clenched her silver teeth in anger. A long while later, she waved her sleeves and swiftly left this place with the few people. A moment later, 3 human figures arrived in the sky above the mountain forest where Xiao Yan's group had paused earlier in a manner as though they were chasing the stars and the moon. The expressions on the faces of the 3 of them solidified when their bodies rushed past the empty space. Their bodies instantly paused in the empty space. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously landed on the empty ground below. With their powerful senses, they were able to clearly sense the auras of a couple of people who had paused in this place not long ago. Those auras were the people they were looking for. It is them. They should have left less than an hour ago. If it were not for the fact that our search area was too large, perhaps we would have already caught up with them. Fourth brother, don't be impatient. Since they have just left not long ago, it will naturally not be difficult for us to find them. Continue to head north. I think that it will not be long before that group of people will meet us." Hearing this, the gray-robed old man on the left of the three people smiled faintly. His shriveled hand grabbed at the air. A seemingly empty air, which contained the aura of Xiao Yan and the rest, was caught in his palm. Immediately, his 5 fingers clenched and easily crushed it. From the beginning to the end, the leading old man did not open his mouth. His ruddy face was slightly raised. His gaze looked towards the distant sky, which was gradually dimming. For some unknown reason, there was some worry in his heart. Night was about to arrive. This would cause some trouble for their plan to chase. Although Bai Hua and the rest had just left not long ago, he faintly had a bad premonition in the bottom of his heart. "Let's go. We will try our best to catch up with them before night falls. No more accidents must occur." With a low cry, the other 2 old men beside him immediately nodded heavily. Immediately, the 3 of them leaped once again, transforming into 3 rays of light that swiftly flew towards the northern sky with lightning-like speed. Night was about to arrive. In the sky above the vast mountain forest, Bai Hua was currently carrying Xiao Yan on her back, while the little fairy doctor and the rest closely followed behind. The group was doing their best to fly towards the northern sky. As they watched the gradually darkening sky, the emotions in their hearts did not relax. They were facing a Genesis ancestor-level expert, and night would not be able to provide them with much cover. If they were careless at such a time, it was extremely likely that they would end up cutting off their path forward. The sound of rushing wind continued to resound in everyone's ears. The emerald-green mountain forest below gradually dimmed under the cold wind. The distant mountain peaks grew closer and closer, and then grew further and further. However, the sense of danger that lingered in everyone's hearts never disappeared. Xiao Yan continued to rely on medicinal pills to speed up his recovery. Over half of the Genesis Qi in the group's bodies had unknowingly been exhausted. Night descended and the entire world seemed to have become quiet. However, the group's mental state became increasingly tense. A dense sense of danger enveloped everyone's heads. This continued until a certain moment when Xiao Yan, who was on Bai Hua's back, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. Under Xiao Yan's signal, the group stood on a certain mountain peak. After nearly a day of recuperation, the injuries within Xiao Yan's body had clearly recovered significantly. Even though this was the case, he was still unable to shake off the fact that he was still weak. The reason why he had led everyone to stop at this moment was naturally because of those 3 old fellows. By relying on his powerful spiritual strength, Xiao Yan had clearly discovered that the 3 experts from the Crossing Disaster sect were less than 15 minutes away from them. If they were to continue in this manner, the final result would naturally be that they would not be able to escape. A couple of Origin Kings carrying a seriously injured Origin Emperor to face 3 experts of the Origin Zone class at the same time. That kind of result naturally went without saying. Xiao Yan rested for a moment on the mountain peak. Soon after, he once again gathered 3 types of heavenly flames in front of the stunned gazes of the few people around him. Even the seed flames were kneaded together. The few of them immediately understood what Xiao Yan wanted to do when they saw this familiar scene. He wanted to agglomerate the angry Buddha lotus flame. With their strength alone, they were naturally unable to stop the 3-source zone. However, if the angry Buddha lotus flame were to explode, the strength that it would create would naturally be able to stop them for a while. Their group would also be able to delay them for a while. Although the few people present were able to see through Xiao Yan's thoughts, the few of them involuntarily felt worried when they saw him taking such a risk. "You are crazy. You have yet to recover from your serious injuries and do not have much strength left in your body. If you agglomerate the angry Buddha lotus flame, won't you be treating your life as a joke?" Bai Hua and the little fairy doctor had grave expressions on their faces. They were just about to stop him when the situation in front of them no longer allowed them to intervene. They were naturally aware of how frightening a heavenly flame was. Once they failed to stop him, it was likely that Xiao Yan's current body would be instantly turned into ashes. Xiao Yan merely smiled in a comforting manner in the face of everyone's worry. His pale white face carried a warm smile, but it caused one to feel exhaustion. Putting aside the difficulty of continuously using such a high-class Do skill, just the exhaustion of one's Genesis chi and spiritual strength was extremely great. If this continued, it was likely that Xiao Yan would end up with irreversible sequelae. However, the heavenly flames had already merged and there was naturally no possibility of stopping. Everything could only wait until the fire lotus was completely agglomerated. As the heavenly flame gradually gathered in Xiao Yan's hand, the three auras in the distant horizon grew closer and closer to Xiao Yan's group. In fact, the few of them had already faintly sensed the location of Xiao Yan's group. Heh, is it because they can't run, or are they simply waiting for death because they know that death is certain? High up in the sky, an old man could not help but reveal a sneer on his old face after discovering the location of Xiao Yan's group. Trying to escape alive from the pursuit of three origin sect experts was simply nonsense. Increase your speed and give chase. Be careful not to make any mistakes. The old man leading the trio involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. However, he still cautioned the others in a cautious manner. His body jerked as he flew forward at an even faster speed. Chapter 13-17. Under the starry night sky, Xiao Yan's group was on top of a certain mountain peak. At this moment, a wash basin-sized fire lotus floated in the air between Xiao Yan's palms. It slowly rotated as light as a feather. The curling flames leaped between the petals of the lotus like fairies. Beautiful sparks streaked across the sky, leaving behind numerous dark black lines. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to its original calm state. After the fire lotus was formed, three human figures swiftly rushed over from the southern horizon. Their lightning-like speed left behind three long afterimages in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared 1,000 feet away from Xiao Yan's group. All of them wore cold expressions as they stared at Xiao Yan's group on the mountain peak. The light from the fire lotus illuminated the mountain peak where Xiao Yan's group was. The beautiful fire light also attracted the attention of the three origin sect experts. This was especially the case when they sensed the dangerous aura that spread from the fire lotus. Even with their cultivations, their expressions involuntarily changed. Is what Su Jin said true? This brat is really able to agglomerate a frightening Do skill that can shake origin sect experts. However, is this really something an initial origin emperor can do? Even though the truth was placed in front of their eyes, this shocking reality still caused them to be unable to easily believe it. How could an origin emperor agglomerate such a powerful Do skill? What is he trying to do? Take us down with him? That's impossible. If the three of us were to join hands, it would be impossible for him to drag us down regardless of how powerful his strange Do skill is. After musing for a moment, the one to the left of the leading old man suddenly opened his mouth. His tone contained some cold mockery. However, what if his aim is not to take us down with him, but to use the energy produced by this Do skill to delay us? Once this Do skill is unleashed, even you and I will not be able to easily receive it. If they want to take advantage of this opportunity to flee, it will naturally be much safer with the energy ripples covering their auras. However, if the power of the Do skill is too great and implicates them, not only will they not be able to escape, they will also end up in a hopeless situation. In short, this is a risky move. If Xiao Yan could think of this, he would not be an exception. Although this method was indeed dangerous, he could not help but feel admiration for Xiao Yan's heroic spirit. Such courage was naturally something an extraordinary person would possess. If Xiao Yan were to grow in the future, he would definitely become a hero of his generation. Unfortunately, the moment Xiao Yan killed Tang Long, he had already stood on the opposite side of the Du AI sect. Regardless of what happened today, they would definitely kill Xiao Yan in order to eliminate any future trouble. Brat, are you really not afraid of death? Using such a method that is no different from suicide to stop us. Do you think you have any chance of escaping? The old man slowly stepped forward and looked at Xiao Yan, who was on the opposite cliff. At this time, the power that Xiao Yan possessed was enough to make them take him seriously. If I don't do this, I won't even have the slightest chance of escaping. Xiao Yan merely snorted disdainfully. The old man immediately scrunched his brows. He quietly circulated the Genesis chi in his body and opened his mouth again. How about this, you disperse the fire lotus in your hand and return our sex saintus. This matter will be considered over and you and I won't disturb each other, okay? No. Xiao Yan merely smiled coldly when he heard this. His weak body forcefully stood up. His gaze was calm as it slowly swept over the three of them. His hand was gently pushed forward and the fire lotus lingering above his palm slowly drifted out at this moment. It gently drifted through the empty air and shot toward the three old men on the other side. Xiao Yan's expression changed when he saw this scene. Brat, you can't escape. The old man's expression instantly darkened when he saw the fire lotus shooting over. He cursed in a low voice. Soon after, he and the other two people beside him flipped their palms, and Genesis chi immediately gushed out from their palms in preparation to meet the fire lotus. Explode. Xiao Yan ignored the old man's words. His body involuntarily softened after he sent out the fire lotus in his hand. Bai Hua by his side hurriedly helped him up. After which, the group hurriedly turned around and swiftly flew toward the north. In the next second, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and an earth-shaking explosion suddenly resounded over the entire place. A dazzling white light shot out in all directions from the center of the explosion. The entire world instantly turned into daytime. A pair of golden-colored eyes watched the scene that had occurred in the dark night from the distant horizon. There was an unusual glint in those eyes. At the same time, under the cover of the white light, everything in the world gathered toward the center of the explosion uncontrollably. A frightening suction force covered the bodies of Bai Hua and the others. Just as it was about to pull their bodies into it, the Northern King within Xiao Yan's storage ring was suddenly released. It led the few of them away from the explosion area at a lightning-like speed. Bzz 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 bzz, the aftershock of the explosion swept apart, transforming into numerous storms. Even though they were a great distance away, it still caused Bai Hua's group to be extremely shocked. The few of them did not have the time to imagine the situation of the three experts from the source zone under the angry Buddha lotus flame. They used all their strength to borrow the opportunity that Xiao Yan had created to fly toward the north. In the sky, the storm formed by the Buddha's fiery lotus lasted for nearly an hour. The entire area was washed away by its power, and all traces of the group of five had completely disappeared. Although the three crossing disaster sect elders were not seriously injured, they were still somewhat injured by the fire lotus. When they looked at the scene before them again, the trio's old faces trembled in anger. They looked at each other, and when they saw each other's charred and miserable appearances, the anger in their hearts grew even greater. The dignified elders of the Origin sect and the Crossing Disaster sect had actually been reduced to such a miserable state by a brat from the borders of the continent. How could they endure such humiliation? As the anger in their hearts rose, their fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. If Xiao Yan appeared in front of them at this moment, the three of them would definitely tear him to shreds without any hesitation. However, they could no longer detect even the slightest trace of Xiao Yan's group's aura. They could only rely on the approximate direction that the group had left in to determine their target before continuing to head north. Su Zhen, who had withdrawn his aura, finally revealed himself on a certain mountain peak in the dark night after the three of them had left. He was somewhat shocked as he recalled the scene that he had seen earlier. He did not dare to imagine that Xiao Yan was actually able to display such a frightening Do technique in his seriously injured state. If Xiao Yan was allowed to continue growing, would he not become a formidable opponent in the future? The murderous intent in Su Zhen's eyes grew even denser when he thought of this. Chapter 13:18. The next day. In the sky above the boundless sea of trees, a few figures quickly flew past. The huge wind pressure formed huge gullies in the sea of trees below. The wind and waves swept across. In the blink of an eye, this group of people had already appeared at the edge of the sky. After a night of flying, the distance between Xiao Yan's group and the three Du-Yi sect experts had widened once again. It was likely that the three Du-Yi sect experts would not be able to catch up to them anytime soon. It was at this moment that Xiao Yan, who was on Bai Hua's back, suddenly experienced another abnormality. Xiao Yan's group was within a cave that had just been opened in the mountain forest. At this moment, the little fairy doctor and the others were looking at the pale-faced Xiao Yan, who was seated cross-legged on a green rock in front of them with worried expressions. No one had expected that the latter's cultivation would actually break through at such a moment. When the angry Buddha lotus flame had exploded 2 nights ago, the barrier between Xiao Yan and the 2-star origin emperor had also been broken. However, the situation had been urgent at the time, and the latter had endured the injuries in his body while suppressing the impending breakthrough in his body. However, it was only at dawn that the abnormality in Xiao Yan's body could no longer be suppressed. The group had no choice but to temporarily open up a cave for Xiao Yan to make a breakthrough. A breakthrough in cultivation was naturally a good thing, but the situation was different, and the risks one had to face were naturally different. If it was any other time, everyone would naturally be happy that Xiao Yan's cultivation had broken through. However, Xiao Yan's injuries had yet to heal, and his meridians had also been severely damaged from the 2 energy burdens. If he made a breakthrough now, his meridians would likely be unable to withstand the enormous amount of pure energy. If the damage was too severe, the damage would be irreparable. However, at this point, they could only hope that Xiao Yan would be able to make a breakthrough safely. On the boulder, as Xiao Yan circulated the qi in his body, wave after wave of energy suddenly appeared in the surrounding air. A huge tornado gathered around Xiao Yan's body, and Genesis qi surged towards Xiao Yan's body. His body immediately began to tremble uncontrollably, and his originally pale face looked even weaker. The mixed natural energy poured into Xiao Yan's body from the pores all over his body and entered the various qi paths immediately. It caused the weak qi paths to swell and distort. The expression on Xiao Yan's face also became slightly distorted. A painful expression was revealed between his brows. His body had suffered 2 consecutive impacts from enormous amounts of energy. At this moment, it was being poured in by this turbulent natural energy. The wild and violent nature that was contained within it caused the qi paths in his body to have difficulty enduring it. Soon after, however, the heavenly flame surged out and poured into his various qi paths, refining and absorbing the wild, violent energy. Only then did the entire process gradually stabilize. Xiao Yan's trembling body also recovered its calmness. By the side, the little fairy doctor's pretty eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan, who had calmed down. Her tightly clenched hands also relaxed slightly. Only then did the few people around quietly sigh in relief. Although the energy was relatively mixed, it was fortunate that the heavenly fire was able to reduce quite a bit of trouble. After being refined by the heavenly fire, the enormous amount of Genesis qi was transformed into pure strands of energy, which were then refined and absorbed along the path of the flame mantra, ultimately converging into the qi whirlpool. The aura in Xiao Yan's body was also gradually recovering. With the support of an endless supply of Genesis qi, the injuries in Xiao Yan's body would recover even faster. This was good news for them. As time gradually flowed, the amount of Genesis qi that flowed into the meridians in Xiao Yan's body gradually increased, causing the burden on his meridians to once again increase. Even with the continuous refinement of the heavenly flame, his meridians had already suffered significant damage. Even with the protection of the heavenly flame, the pressure brought about by the enormous amount of energy still gradually climbed. In fact, one could even see that the skin all over Xiao Yan's body had turned bright red as it continued to absorb and refine Genesis qi. His muscles were stiff and his veins were exposed. The speed at which the Genesis qi was absorbed and refined grew faster and faster. On the other side, the 3 elders from the Daoist sect had once again given chase. The distance between the 2 parties swiftly shrunk. It was likely that they would once again catch up to this group in less than 4 hours. This time around, Xiao Yan was destined not to be able to agglomerate the angry Buddha lotus flame. Without any trump cards to protect them, the group would be powerless to fight back if they encountered the 3 Daoist sect experts again. One could easily imagine the ending that awaited them. In the cave, Xiao Yan's situation was increasingly dangerous. His scarlet-red skin had become scalding hot, and waves of Genesis qi uncontrollably overflowed from his pores all over his body. Tiny traces of blood also gradually appeared on Xiao Yan's body, and the aura in his body grew increasingly tyrannical. If he continued to endlessly absorb Genesis Qi, Xiaoyan's body would likely explode and die before the 3 Daoist sect elders arrived. But it was also at this time that an old man wearing a brocade robe appeared outside the cave where the few of them were. A pair of golden eyes glanced slightly, and with his huge spiritual perception, he immediately noticed the abnormality in the cave. Heavenly fire, huh? It seems that I can't be wrong. It's him. But why would he provoke the Daoist sect for no reason? The old man softly laughed. He appeared to have recognized something. His body immediately flashed and transformed into a ray of light in the blink of an eye that shot into the mountain cave. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Buzz! The sudden turn of events caused the expressions of Bai Hua and the rest to change drastically. However, before they could do anything, a powerful pressure abruptly descended above their heads. Their figures were instantly rooted to the spot, and even the Genesis Qi that was circulating in their bodies was forcibly suppressed. The hearts of the few of them were greatly shocked. Who would have thought that the other party would actually suddenly attack at such a moment? Before they could even clearly see the face of this person, the latter had already walked in front of Xiaoyan. His gaze sized up the person in front of him. TSK, what tyrannical physical strength. If it weren't for this, your body would have exploded under the impact of the energy. The old man gasped twice in surprise before slowly turning his head to look at Bai Hua and the others. When he saw the cold killing intent on their faces, he chuckled and said, "You guys aren't bad. To think that 2 of you possess the woeful poison body. It's no wonder that the Daoist sect would come looking for you. But I don't have time to deal with you guys now." The old man immediately raised both of his hands after his laughter sounded. A thought passed through his mind and the surging spiritual strength between his brows surged out. At the same time, the seal between his fingers changed and a layer of glass-like golden light agglomerated and formed on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. Mysterious symbols gathered and transformed into a formation that covered Xiaoyan's entire body. The Heavenly Chief Formation. This is a grade 5 formation. It should be enough to stabilize your body for the time being. On account of that kid, I'll give this to you as well. After activating the formation, the old man hesitated for a moment before retrieving a purple pill from his storage ring. With a flip of his hand, he fed it to Xiaoyan. The moment the pill entered his body, a surge of medicinal power that was several times stronger than that of a grade 6 pill turned into a warm current that swiftly spread throughout Xiaoyan's body. The damaged meridians and bones in his body swiftly recovered under the effects of the medicinal power. The uncontrollable enormous Genesis Qi in Xiaoyan's body flowed into the Qi whirlpool as the blaze art Qi swiftly circulated. Even his complexion recovered substantially in a short period of time. The effects of a grade 7 pill are indeed different. You'd better remember this debt and pay it back in the future. Upon seeing this, the old man smiled mockingly. With a thought, the pressure that enveloped Bai Hua and the rest stealthily faded. Chapter 13:19. At a glance, one could only see lush greenery that stretched as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, a cool breeze would blow past, and giant verdant corridors would appear above the lush sea of trees. These corridors would spread from afar, before finally disappearing at the end of one's line of sight. It was a rather spectacular sight. Above the sea of trees was the azure sky. At this moment, a few figures were swiftly flying over from the empty sky. Their eagle-like sharp gazes carefully swept across the forest below. Although the dense forest was vast, everything within the mountain forest was clearly displayed in their minds thanks to their enormous spiritual perception. In particular, the few remaining weak auras at a certain location caused their minds to tremble. This continued until a certain moment, when their gazes peered through the gaps in the mountain forest and saw a cave that had just been excavated in a certain backlit mountain valley. Cold smiles simultaneously appeared from the corners of the trio's mouths. "Let's see where you can run to now. Surround them. Do not let a single one of them leave this place alive." The 2 people beside him immediately nodded heavily at the old man's command. Their bodies moved, and the 3 figures swiftly descended. Each of them took up a corner and surrounded the cave below. Regardless of how great their ability was, it was impossible for this group of people to escape after being surrounded by 3 experts from the Source sect. They also believed that with Xiao Yan's seriously injured body, it was impossible for him to create a second fire lotus like the one he had created the last time. However, at the same time that these 3 old men descended, the sound of footsteps also sounded within the dimly lit mountain cave. As the 3 of them looked over, 5 human figures appeared in their eyes. The person leading them was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. At this moment, he had borrowed the medicinal strength of the Tier 7 medicinal pill. Although he did not dare to say that he had completely recovered from the injuries on his body, he was still mostly healed. Additionally, there was an unceasing amount of medicinal strength within his body that was healing his injured body. His entire condition was naturally much better. His originally bloodless face had once again recovered a sleek redness. Even the aura of his entire person had been raised by a lot. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already become a 2-star origin emperor. The few of them stepped out of the cave in unison. Their dense eyes had already landed on the 3 Daoist sect's elders. When the 3 of them on the other side saw Xiao Yan, who was brimming with energy at this moment, the muscles on their faces involuntarily twitched. The frightening scene when the fire lotus exploded was still vivid in their eyes. Now that Xiao Yan had recovered to such an extent, once he agglomerated another fire lotus, would it not? Fortunately, when the trio saw that there was no fire lotus between Xiao Yan's hands, the tensed emotions in their hearts relaxed a little. Immediately, a chilling intent surged in their eyes as they looked at the 5 people in front of them. "Brat, let's see how you will escape from our hands this time." With a low cry, the bodies of the 3 people in front of him suddenly shook. A vast and mighty force and pressure immediately swept out from the bodies of the 3 people, shaking the surrounding mountain forest until it shook. However, the expressions of Xiao Yan's group did not change at this moment. Xiao Yan coldly smiled as he sensed the frightening force and pressure that swiftly spread around him. His lips parted slightly as he said with a faint smile, "Don't worry. Elder, please." Just as his voice sounded, a powerful aura that was not inferior to the 3 people in front of him instantly surged out from within the cave, blocking the auras of the 3 people outside. The gazes of the 3 people also changed abruptly at this moment. "This is Source Sect? Who's sneaking around? Come out and speak if you have the ability." The expression of the old man in the lead sank. He had never expected that a mysterious Source Sect expert would suddenly appear at such a time. In this way, it would be much more troublesome for them to capture Xiao Yan and the rest. Fortunately, from the aura, the other party was only a single Source Sect expert. Even though there was some pressure, it was still within a tolerable range. "Ha ha ha, you say that I'm sneaking around? Compared to you incomparably disgusting fellows, this old man is much more open and aboveboard. At the very least, my heavenly cloud villa will not sacrifice a living person. Unlike you, who won't even let off your own little saintess. After so many years, you're actually still dreaming of such wishful thinking." It was also at this moment that a loud laughter that contained ridicule was suddenly emitted from within the cave. Soon after, an old man wearing a cloud brocade robe appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group. His face was filled with disdain as he looked at the 3 people in front of him. "It's you, Luo Hao." The expressions of the 3 crossing disaster sect elders immediately changed drastically when they saw the person before them. As they cried out involuntarily, their expressions simultaneously turned grave. Luo Hao, the deputy villa master of Heavenly Cloud Villa. He was a 6-star Source Sect expert. Due to his 7 brothers, they were also known as the 7 heroes of the Luo clan in the central region. They usually guarded the northern region of the central region and rarely showed themselves. Luo Hao, who stood before them, was the 3rd brother. Although Luo Hao was by himself, the 3 of them naturally knew very well that every single one of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan possessed extremely great battle prowess. This was not because of how great their cultivation was, but because they were all powerful formation masters. Their understanding of formations was probably the best on the continent. The Heavenly Cloud Villa was the only powerful organization on the continent that used formations as a legacy. With the strength of their formation masters, any one of them could easily fight against 2 experts of the same level. If they used their full strength, even the three of them might not be able to take down Luo Hao. As they thought about this, the expressions on the old faces of the three became increasingly ugly. Who would have thought that they would meet the people from the Heavenly Cloud Villa at such a time? The four big forces were originally at odds with each other and there was no lack of private fights. Now that they had met, it was likely that today's matter would not be resolved so easily. Luo Hao, you want to interfere with the matters of my crossing disaster sect? After a while, the face of the old man in the lead sank as he spoke with a sinister tone. Heh, so what if I interfere? This old man doesn't find it troublesome to deal with the three of you. Luo Hao chuckled upon hearing this, but did not take it to heart. He did not have a good impression of this group of people in front of him. Furthermore, Xiao Yan had some relationship with Luo Jin. By doing this, he could save Xiao Yan and his group, and also dampen their arrogance. Why not? Luo Hao, don't be too arrogant. Although the 7 heroes of the Luo clan have some reputation in the central region, your Heavenly Cloud Villa is just a group of origin sections. If the sect master of my crossing disaster sect personally comes, I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear the consequences. You mean that my Heavenly Cloud Villa is afraid of you? So what if you're a origin venerate? If you think that my Heavenly Cloud Villa is easy to bully, then feel free to come. Others may be afraid of your crossing disaster sect, but my Heavenly Cloud Villa is not. Luo Hao's cold shout was heard the moment the former's words faded. The sinister intent in his words caused the faces of the three people to turn increasingly ugly. Heavenly Cloud Villa naturally had its own foundation since it was able to become one of the 4 great factions. Wanting to rely on their own origin venerate experts to scare off the latter was a little too naive. While the faces of the 3 origin sect experts darkened, Luo Hao once again sneered and continued. Su Shuang, with me here today, you are destined not to be able to take these brats away. If you still want to stay, I don't mind making the crossing disaster sect lose 3 elders. The emotions of the 3 of them immediately shook when these words were uttered. They had already barged into the territory of the Heavenly Cloud Villa in the middle of the night yesterday. If they were to be trapped here by Luo Hao at this moment, it was likely that the situation would be even more disadvantageous for them should the other experts from the Heavenly Cloud Villa be summoned. Su Shuang bitterly clenched her teeth after thinking and struggling in this manner for a while. Her vicious gaze slowly swept over Xiao Yan's group. Finally, it paused on Luo Hao. Only then did she lead the other 2 people beside her and suddenly turn around before swiftly flying toward the southern sky. Chapter 13:20. The next day. Under Luo Hao's lead, Xiao Yan's group finally arrived safely at the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Even though the journey was a little dangerous, they were fortunately safe and sound. In particular, Xiao Yan's cultivation had successfully broken through to the level of a 2-star origin emperor. This was a joyous matter. When they arrived at the Heavenly Cloud Villa, the scene in front of them was very different from what Xiao Yan had imagined. The so-called Heavenly Cloud Villa was not really a huge villa. Instead, it was a strangely built and majestic ancient city. This entire city was where the Heavenly Cloud Villa was located. The ancient city walls that extended to the end of one site, the strange stone towers that towered into the clouds, and the mysterious talismans that could be seen everywhere. All of these explained the mystery of this city to Xiao Yan's group. Moreover, this was only the scene that they could see from outside the city. This city did not have a specific city gate. One could only enter through a formation. Otherwise, one would be blocked outside by the formation that covered the sky above the city. Fortunately, with Luo Hao's lead, this group was able to save a lot of trouble. After entering the city, the various buildings of different heights opened their eyes. Compared to other places, the Heavenly Cloud Villa was more like an independent world. Everyone's eyes were filled with a dazzling golden color. Even the clothes that the majority of the people were wearing were completely covered in gold. Gold-colored undergarments stood in various parts of the city like flags. Between the streets and alleys, there would occasionally be gold-colored light gathering, transforming into many mysterious formations. This is really a world of formations. Seeing the formations that floated in all directions, Xiaoyan's group could not help but reveal a surprised expression in their eyes. Formation masters, who were rarely seen in the outside world, could be seen everywhere in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Compared to other places, this place was more like a paradise for formation masters. My Heavenly Cloud Villa started with formations. Formations have been passed down from generation to generation. Most of the clan members are also formation masters. We do have some reputation in the middle region. Unfortunately, we are far inferior to the Pill Tower. Luo Hao chuckled, but his words were filled with some regret. They were both miracles created by spiritual strength, but alchemists were able to receive the respect and admiration of the entire continent. However, the fame of array masters was far inferior. In this regard, Xiaoyan could only sigh helplessly. When he was in Donghua City, Zhongli had also expressed his feelings about this. However, the reality was like this, and there was nothing he could do. They could only hope that in the future, the way of matrices would also be able to win a place in this vast continent. Under Luo Hao's lead, the group arrived at the deepest part of the city. There was indeed a magnificent manor there. Then, they saw a few higher-ups of Tianyun Mountain. Among them, there was a middle-aged man, 2 old men, and Luo Ao. A respectful smile immediately appeared on Xiaoyan's face when he saw Luo Ao again. It was his first time in the middle region, and he had finally met a familiar face. His tense nerves finally relaxed completely. He owed Luo Ao a lot, and now that he saw the former again, he naturally could not help but praise him. Origin Emperor? How did you go from Returnance to Origin Emperor in just 3 years? Surprise involuntarily appeared on Luo Ao's old face when he sensed the dense aura from Xiaoyan's body. Luo Jin had already told him about Xiaoyan when he returned to the clan over 3 years ago. He had already felt extremely surprised when he learned that Xiaoyan's cultivation had already reached the Returnance realm. However, he had never expected Xiaoyan's cultivation to have already reached the Origin King level. The other old man and the middle-aged man were shocked when they heard Luo Ao's words. In just over 3 years, he had gone from Returnance to Origin Emperor. His cultivation speed was just a little too terrifying. Even Luo Hao, who had traveled with Xiaoyan's group on this day, had a similar change in expression when he heard these words. Luo Ao's words were really a little shocking. Xiaoyan could only smile awkwardly in response. He bowed towards Luo Ao and said politely, "I'm just a junior. I was only lucky enough to break through thanks to some fortuitous encounters and cultivation methods." Only then did the people present calm down slightly. It would have been fine if he had relied on fortuitous encounters and cultivation methods, but if he had really relied on his talent to reach this level, going from Returnance to Origin King in just 3 short years was just far too terrifying. Whether it's talent or fortuitous encounters, since Xiaoyan has already become an Origin Emperor, you obviously deserve it. Immediately, the middle-aged man among the few of them took a step forward and spoke to Xiaoyan with a warm smile on his face. Hearing this, Xiaoyan hurriedly bowed and replied at the same time. "May I ask who senior is?" I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Luo Cheng, the Villa Master of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. I'm also Luo Jin's father. This is Luo Xiong, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. There should be no need for me to introduce Luo Hao. You must have gotten to know each other on the way here. Luo Cheng smiled as he glanced around the group. When Xiaoyan heard that, his expression could not help but change. He had obviously guessed Luo Cheng's identity long ago. It was not difficult to guess the identity of a middle-aged man who could stand with these people. As for Luo Xiong, Xiaoyan had learned a few things about the Heavenly Cloud Villa from Luo Hao along the way. The so-called 7 heroes of the Luo clan had left a deep impression on him. Luo Xiong was the leader of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan. At the same time, he was the person with the greatest cultivation. Xiaoyan had never imagined that the leader of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan would actually appear in front of him. It was indeed a little surprising. It was said that every single one of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan had reached the level of a source ancestor. Furthermore, there was only a difference of 1 star between each of them. The leader, Luo Xiong, was an 8-star source ancestor. Luo Hao was a 6-star source ancestor and was ranked 3rd. Luo Ao was ranked 5th and was a 4-star source ancestor. These people were the strongest trump cards of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Although their cultivations were below the level of a source venerate, their attainments in the Tao of formations were unparalleled in the entire continent. If they worked together, they could even put up a fight against a source venerate. This was also the reason why Luo Hao had not been afraid of Su Shuang's threats the day before. Just as the few of them were chatting and laughing, a white-clothed figure swiftly flew over from the depths of the manor. His figure swiftly flew over the top of the buildings. Although it was somewhat rude, he arrived in front of this group of people in the blink of an eye. Looking at this figure, who else could it be other than Luo Jin? Chapter 13:21. Heavenly Cloud Villa, Villa Master Luo Cheng, First Elder Luo Xiong, Third Elder Luo Hao and Fifth Elder Luo Ao were all present in the discussion hall. Xiao Yan and the rest were led by Luo Jin to arrange their accommodations. In the hall, Luo Hao roughly explained everything that had happened before and after they had met Xiao Yan and the rest. The expressions of everyone present could not help but change when they heard this. Woeful poison body? The legendary holy maiden of the Daoist sect? Didn't she disappear without a trace long ago? Why is she by Xiao Yan's side? Luo Cheng frowned. He had clearly sensed the seriousness of this matter. Now is not the time to investigate this. What we should be thinking about is whether these people should leave or stay. The importance of the woeful poison body to the Daoist sect goes without saying. Their sect master, Wu Du, wants to use the woeful poison body to find the first sect master's hidden inheritance. Over the years, they have sent out a lot of manpower and resources to find the woeful poison body. Since these people are now in our Heavenly Cloud Villa, it won't be long before Wu Du personally comes to ask for them. Once he appears, this matter will be even more difficult to resolve. Luo Xiong, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth. The words that came out of his mouth caused the expressions of everyone present to change. Wu Du, the sect master of the Daoist sect, was an expert at the level of a source venerate. Even in the entire continent, he was a top expert. Although the Heavenly Cloud Villa did not fear a source venerate, they did not wish to truly fight with him. The strength of a source venerate expert was enough to make the entire Heavenly Cloud Villa take him seriously. Although the 7 heroes of the Luo clan could even fight against a source venerate expert if they joined forces, what should they do if the other party used the strength of an entire sect? After all, a source sect was still a source sect. The gap between them and a source venerate expert could not be made up by numbers alone. In that case, should we ask them to leave? Luo Qing knit his brows. After meeting them earlier, he could tell that Xiao Yan's group was extraordinary. Other than Xiao Yan's training talent, the heavenly flame that he possessed, and the 2 woeful poison bodies, that young man called by Hua also caused him to feel that she was extremely mysterious. Even with his eyesight, he was unable to see anything about the latter's constitution. If one were to talk about someone who could be considered ordinary, it was likely that only that little girl called Li Bingrui would be considered ordinary. However, if one were to discuss her training talent, it was likely that she would not be inferior to some of the monsters in the middle region. Luo Cheng and Luo Cheng could naturally tell that this group had great potential. If they could form a good relationship with them, it would definitely be beneficial to the Heavenly Cloud Manor once they matured. However, the problem they were facing now was that the Daoist sect would definitely not allow Xiao Yan's group to live peacefully. From Xiao Yan's attitude, it was clearly impossible for him to hand over the woeful poison body. Both parties had already become mortal enemies. If they insisted on helping Xiao Yan's group, it would be equivalent to openly declaring war on the Daoist sect. It was difficult to weigh the pros and cons involved. Clan leader, First Elder, I think that this is not appropriate. While they were hesitating, Luo Ao finally opened his mouth. As he spoke, everyone's gazes gathered on him. Luo Ao's gaze slowly swept across the people in front of him before he said, "Don't worry, I'm not going to let you go. First Elder, all of us have witnessed Xiao Yan's talent and strength. Moreover, he also has a heavenly flame by his side. His future achievements are definitely not something that the Daoist sect can compare with. Don't tell me that we are going to destroy a genius who is likely to become a great help to our Tianyun villa for the sake of the Daoist sect, which is not on friendly terms with us. As soon as these words were spoken, the few people present couldn't help but pause. Luo Qing opened his mouth slightly but didn't say anything. Luo Xiong fell silent as he continued to ponder in his heart. As the first elder of Heavenly Cloud Manor and the strongest person in the clan, he had no choice but to prioritize the clan first. Although Heavenly Cloud Manor was also one of the 4 great forces, everyone knew that Heavenly Cloud Manor was just barely squeezed into the ranks. Without the support of a source venerate, the clan's strength couldn't be compared to the other forces. If it weren't for the numerous arrays and the reputation of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan, Heavenly Cloud Manor would have long been excluded from the 4 great forces. Now, if they were to start a war with the Daoist sect for Xiaoyan, what awaited them would most likely be destruction. But then again, Luo Ao's words weren't without reason. They had seen the potential of Xiaoyan's group. If Heavenly Cloud Manor could obtain their help, when they truly grew up in the future, their status among the 4 great forces would definitely rise. However, the current situation forced them to face reality first. Sigh. After a long time, Luo Xiong sighed deeply. His pair of turbid old eyes turned to Luo Qing, who was sitting on the main seat, and slowly said, "Patriarch, this matter is still up to you to decide. After all, you are the Patriarch and also the Manor Lord. Everything will still have to listen to you." Seeing that the problem was once again thrown to him, Luo Cheng's mood couldn't help but become a little solemn. He could also understand Luo Xiong's worries. However, Luo Ao's words weren't wrong. Now, he had to choose one of the 2 and this answer might involve his entire Heavenly Cloud Manor. Sigh. 5th Elder, I'm sorry. I also know that little friend Xiaoyan has a promising future. However, Heavenly Cloud Manor can no longer take a huge blow. Once, Patriarch, you don't have to blame yourself. This old man understands your intentions. However, they are after all guests from afar. Let them stay for 2 more days. Once the time is up, this old man will naturally explain this matter to them. Before Luo Cheng's voice faded, Luo Ao had already stood up and smiled at the former. After speaking, he slowly walked out of the hall. Behind him, Luo Cheng and the other 2 looked at Luo Ao's somewhat lonely back. For a time, their hearts couldn't help but become a little heavy. They could tell that Luo Ao truly valued Xiaoyan. Even though they were similarly shocked by Xiaoyan's talent, the reality was as such. Even if Luo Qing agreed to disregard the entire clan for the sake of a member of the younger generation with an unknown future, it was likely that the other members of the clan would not be willing to do so. However, immediately after Luo Ao's footsteps arrived at the entrance of the hall. Just as he was about to open the door and walk out, the door was suddenly opened by a pair of hands from the outside. Immediately, an old man hurriedly stepped in from the outside. The moment he entered, his gaze quickly swept across Luo Ao and stopped him. After which, he looked towards the few people in the depths of the hall. With a solemn expression, he urgently said, "Manor Lord, First Elder, something has happened." Chapter 13:22. While Luo Ao's group entered the meeting hall, Luo Jin led Xiaoyan's group to another part of the manor. After arranging accommodations for them, he led them on a tour around the manor. Xiaoyan was similarly curious about this place, which was a true holy ground in the eyes of a formation master. Those mysterious formations were quite unique. Although there were some similarities when compared to alchemy, there were also great differences. Both of them had their own advantages. If one were to really talk about it, it was difficult to tell which was better. However, Xiaoyan was certain that since the formation could exist in this world, it definitely had its own unique logic. Although alchemists were currently more prevalent on the continent, it was likely that there would come a day when it would be the turn of a formation master to shine in this vast continent. The group followed Luo Jin and walked in a relaxed and unrestrained manner within the Heavenly Cloud Manor. While they were chatting, Xiaoyan suspiciously discovered that Luo Jin's eyes seemed to have paused on Li Bingrui, who was beside Lian Er, ever since they had met. Even during their conversation earlier, he had purposely led the topic to the latter. This caused Xiao Yan to secretly smile in a mocking manner. He immediately understood something in his heart. Xiao Yan's eyes swept between Luo Jin and Li Bingrui. He smiled softly and shook his head. Immediately, he continued to walk forward along the small path in the garden. However, he did not notice that the little fairy doctor beside him was also using her pretty eyes, which were filled with gentleness, to look at him as he strode forward. She paused for a moment before hurriedly following behind him. Behind them, Bai Hua glanced at Lian Er, whose small face was filled with curiosity. Her large hand gently rubbed the latter's small head as the two of them slowly followed behind. The group strolled around the manor while chatting about many matters related to the middle region. Of course, most of the time, it was Luo Jin who explained the general information about the various large factions in the middle region. Amongst them, the Shao clan was naturally the first thing that Xiao Yan needed to understand. As a super faction in the middle region and one of the three great clans, the Shao clan naturally had a powerful foundation. Its strength far exceeded the four great clans. It was rumored that the Shao clan had existed for the longest time among the three great clans. At its peak, the Shao clan was comparable to the current Heavenly Source sect and Ghost Gate. However, for some unknown reason, it gradually declined over the long river of time. Even so, there was no need to doubt the strength of the Shao clan. After understanding this, Xiao Yan could not help but lower his head and ponder. Even though he knew that the Shao clan did not have any kinship with him, Xiao Xian was still there after all, and he was somewhat touched. However, at the same time, he could not help but worry about Xiao Xian's safety. However, at this moment, the sight in front of Xiao Yan's eyes flashed. His footsteps, which were just about to take a step forward, suddenly paused. At the same time, he raised his head and looked at the large black stone tablet standing in front of him with a surprised expression. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan notice that his group had unknowingly arrived at a square. This large stone tablet in front of him was the only decoration on this square. Huh! Upon seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but take 2 steps back. Only then did he clearly see the huge stone tablet in front of him. At the same time, Luo Jin, who was not far behind him, followed closely behind with a smile. This stone tablet is... Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the stone tablet. Only then did his gaze turn to Luo Jin by the side. His face was filled with doubt as he asked. Upon hearing this, the latter pursed his lips and smiled. He did not hide anything. His gaze swept across the stone tablet from bottom to top, and he slowly said, "This is the Heavenly Cloud's sacred weapon list." It is said that an ancestor of the Luo family once created this list in his spare time. It records the 10 most unique weapons on the continent. Although they are not very useful, they were left behind by our ancestor. That is why we put them here. Upon mentioning the ancestor of the Luo clan, Luo Jin's face could not help but reveal a proud expression. However, at the end of his words, there was a hint of mockery and helplessness. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head in surprise. At the same time, his gaze once again swept across the stone tablet. Indeed, from top to bottom, the stone tablet was engraved with words from 1 to 10. Among them, the 4th, 7th, 8th and 9th positions were painted with a golden glazed luster. Among them, the 4th position was called the Phoenix Lock Spear, the 7th was called the Serene Orchid Sword, the 8th was called the Ancient Blood Axe, and the 9th was called the Lightning Spear. The remaining positions were empty. This Phoenix Lock Spear. I'm afraid that it belongs to the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Upon seeing the name of the Phoenix Lock Spear on the 4th position, Xiao Yan could not help but think of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe in his mind, even though he did not have any proof. That's right. The Phoenix Lock Spear does belong to the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. It is said that this weapon was created from the spine of a member of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe as well as the bloodline of an ancient demon phoenix. It has a great suppressive effect on the members of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Its additional battle strength is also extremely terrifying. Once it uses its full strength, it can even use the Phoenix Lock Spear to condense an ancient demon phoenix image. It is extremely frightening. It is a pity that I have never seen it before. Luo Jin smiled. Xiao Yan's gaze continued to move downwards, landing on the 7th position, the Serene Orchid Sword. The Serene Orchid Sword's owner is called Ouyang Yu. He is publicly acknowledged as the strongest person in the Ouyang clan. It is said that Ouyang Yu once used his sword to easily stop 3 Origin Venerables who went to the Ouyang clan to cause trouble. He even killed one of them. As for the other 2, one was seriously injured while the other escaped with a broken arm. Since then, they have never appeared again. Ouyang Yu was crowned with the title of Serene Orchid Sword Saint because of that battle. HSS, Xiao Yan was not the only one who was shocked upon hearing these words. Even the faces of the few people beside him also revealed shocked expressions. This battle result could be described as frightening. He had fought against 3 Yuanzun level experts alone without being defeated. He was even able to kill one of them. With such an outstanding battle result, this Ouyang Yu was likely a demon that was hard to meet even in 1,000 years. As for the other 2, Luo Jin had never heard of them. However, he did not doubt that the people who possessed those 2 weapons were definitely dragons and phoenixes amongst men. They were bound to be outstanding existences. However, whether or not he could meet them was another matter. While the few of them were laughing and chatting, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. He subconsciously placed a hand on his storage ring. At this moment, he was surprised to discover that an item in his storage ring that he had not touched for many years was actually trembling slightly at this moment. At the same time, on the other side, Luo Ao, Luo Cheng, and the other upper echelons of the Heavenly Cloud Villa appeared in a secret room. At this very moment, a 10-inch white jade array disc was placed on an array platform in the middle of the room. Furthermore, one could clearly see that there was a palm-sized gap on this array disc. At this moment, the array disc was trembling and emitting bursts of intense golden light. Chapter 1323. In a secret room in Heavenly Cloud Villa, the upper echelons of Heavenly Cloud Villa were present. Their faces were extremely solemn as they looked at the scene that was unfolding before them. On the array platform, a broken array disc seemed to be attracted by something. It was emitting bursts of intense golden light and was shaking uncontrollably. This caused the atmosphere in the secret room to become extremely solemn. What happened? Why is the greater star plate acting strangely for no reason? Looking at the scene before him, Luo Xiong's face turned ugly. In all these years, he had never seen the array disc act in such a manner. This was a huge matter for his Heavenly Cloud Villa. We are not sure either. Originally, everything was normal. However, for some reason, the greater star plate suddenly went berserk. There was no warning at all. Hearing this, the few elders present could only helplessly shake their heads and sigh. That's right. Something like this has never happened before. Just now, as a precaution, we also carefully examined the array disc. However, we didn't find anything strange. It's just that the array disc itself seems to be somewhat out of control, as if it's being pulled by something. However, this aura is too special, so we can't trace it. After hesitating for a moment, another elder slowly spoke. However, the words that came out from his mouth caused the faces of Luo Cheng and the others to change. What did you say? Attract? What in this world can attract the greater star plate? Don't tell me it's that fragment? However, before Luo Cheng's voice sounded, Luo Xiong, Luo Hao and Luo Ao suddenly spoke out. They immediately thought of something in their hearts. At the same time, the expressions on their faces became fiery hot at this moment. The greater star plate was the treasure of Heavenly Cloud Villa. For so many years, half of the reason why Heavenly Cloud Villa could have such prestige and status in the central region was because of the greater star plate. Even the 7 heroes of Luo clan, who were famous outside, had to be attributed to the greater star plate. The greater star plate was an array disc that an ancestor of Heavenly Cloud Villa had spent his entire life to create. It was a grade 9 array disc and could be said to be the highest grade and most precious array disc in the continent. If it was fully activated, it could even fight against an Origin Saint expert. However, such a heaven-defying object had been destroyed by a villain. Although Heavenly Cloud Villa had tried their best to preserve it, they had lost a corner of the array disc. It was this missing corner that greatly reduced the power of the greater star plate. Even if it could be used now, the power of the arrayed disc was only comparable to that of a Origin Saint expert. Even if Heavenly Cloud Villa had tried their best to preserve it, they had lost a corner of the array disc. And it was the greater star array disc of Heavenly Cloud Villa, and however, the greater one-star plate, which had been immersed in this place for many years, suddenly had an unusual change today. This situation, in addition to the elder's guess, caused Luo Xiong and the others to promptly associate it with the missing fragment of the formation plate. If he could find it and restore it, then the greater one-star plate would be able to regain its former glory, and the strength of the Heavenly Cloud Villa would naturally rise as well. Then, Heavenly Cloud Villa's position among the four great forces at the border of the central region would be completely stabilized. From then on, no one in the central region would dare to look down on Heavenly Cloud Villa. However, even though this was indeed the wish in his heart, where was that fragment now? Given Luo Xiong and the others' thoughts, they naturally thought of Xiao Yan's group in the blink of an eye. Immediately, other than Luo Ao, the other three people's expressions became a little strange. A moment ago, they were still discussing whether to ask Xiao Yan's group to leave Heavenly Cloud Villa. But in the blink of an eye, their thoughts had once again returned to this group. If they were not mistaken, the fragment of the array disc was indeed with Xiao Yan's group. In that case, the matter that had been decided previously, now, Villa Master, First Elder, how do you think we should deal with this matter? Luo Ao mused for a moment before looking at Luo Cheng and Luo Xiong in front of him with a mocking expression. Now, this problem had once again returned to the two of them. It was still the same as before. However, this time around, the bargaining chip was in Xiao Yan's hands. The expressions on the faces of Luo Cheng's duo were a little unnatural when they heard this. They did not expect that fate in this world would actually be so coincidental. The thing that they had been searching for all this while actually existed in this group of people. Yet, they were still thinking of how to chase Xiao Yan's group out of the door earlier. It must be said that this was indeed a little ironic. Looks like our Heavenly Cloud Villa will protect Xiao Yan's group. In the end, Luo Xiong still smiled bitterly and nodded his head. When these words were spoken, it could be said that Luo Cheng's decision had been decided. The other elders present did not know much about Xiao Yan's group and were a little confused when they heard this. However, they were able to sense from these few people's words that trouble seemed to be about to happen in Heavenly Cloud Villa. At the same time, on the other side, after some hesitation, Xiao Yan flipped his palm and took out the strange fragment of the arrayed disc that was still buzzing and trembling from his storage ring. The palm-sized white jade fragment trembled slightly in Xiao Yan's palm. Xiao Yan's face was filled with suspicion. He remembered that he had obtained this item from Jianghu in the western region many years ago. However, he had always placed it in his storage ring and did not pay much attention to it. He did not expect that there would suddenly be a change in Heavenly Cloud Villa many years later. Could it be because of Heavenly Cloud Villa? While they were doubtful, Luo Jin by the side could not help but move closer with a curious face. However, when he saw the fragment of the formation plate lying on Xiao Yan's palm at first glance, a shocked expression instantly surged into his eyes. Even his entire body had involuntarily stiffened. His eyes stared intently at the fragment of the formation plate in Xiao Yan's hand. The shock in his heart was not any less than Luo Xiong and the others. Why, do you recognize this item? Xiao Yan was involuntarily startled when he saw the stunned expression on Luo Jin's face. His words had just sounded when a couple of human figures appeared in the empty space in front of him. Xiao Yan raised his head and saw that it was Luo Ao's group. At this moment, their eyes were also glowing as they stared at the formation plate fragments in Xiao Yan's hand. The smile on their faces involuntarily widened. Ha 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 ha. I never would have thought that this item would actually fall into the hands of our young friend Xiao Yan. This is really fate making fools of us. Xiao Yan boy, can you let me take a look at the item in your hand? Luo Xiong roared with laughter. On the other hand, Luo Ao hurriedly turned his gaze back to Xiao Yan and asked politely. Seeing this, Xiao Yan did not hesitate and casually handed it over. Luo Ao stepped forward with a face full of gratitude and carefully took the fragment of the array disc from Xiaoyan's hand. Chapter 1324. At this moment, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Cloud Villa were gathered in front of the black stone tablet in the spacious and empty courtyard. Numerous pairs of eyes were gathered on the formation plate fragment in Luo Ao's hand. Their faces were filled with excitement and joy. Who could have imagined that the item that their Heavenly Cloud Villa had been looking forward to for so many years would actually return to their hands in such a manner? The fragment of the array plate in Luo Ao's hand fit the gap on the greater one-star plate. If it was repaired, then the greater one-star plate would be truly complete. The power contained in a Tier 9 formation plate was self-evident. As long as this fragment is recovered, the greater one-star plate will be completely complete. Then, Heavenly Cloud Villa will rise again. Looking at the fragment of the array plate that was close to him, Luo Xiong's face was filled with tears. The greater one-star plate had been damaged for many years. Now, it could finally be repaired. Mr. Xiaoyan, may I know if this fragment of the array plate? After a long while, Luo Qing recovered and immediately looked at Xiaoyan. Although this fragment should have belonged to Heavenly Cloud Villa, it had fallen into the hands of Xiaoyan. From a certain point of view, it already belonged to Xiaoyan. Moreover, he was the one who brought it to Heavenly Cloud Villa. No matter what, he should first ask for Xiaoyan's permission. Hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled indifferently. He stroked his sleeves and said with a smile, "This is just a coincidence. Junior only obtained this by chance, and it is of no use to me. If Senior needs it, feel free to take it." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the upper echelons of Heavenly Cloud Villa changed slightly. Everyone could not help but open their mouths and a guilty expression flashed across their faces. Everyone present had heard about Xiaoyan and the others from Luo Cheng. Now that they saw Xiaoyan returning the fragment of the array plate to Heavenly Cloud Villa so easily, they could not help but feel guilty. After all, when Xiaoyan was so generous, their villa master was thinking of sending Xiaoyan and the others out of Heavenly Cloud Villa. Now, how could they not feel ashamed? If that is the case, thank you Mr. Xiaoyan. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Qing actually bowed to Xiaoyan and cupped his hands together in front of everyone. Beside him, the others immediately bowed and cupped their hands together. Luo Ao was no exception. Besides Xiaoyan, Luo Jin's expression could not help but change when he saw this scene. He was about to bow to Xiaoyan, but when he turned around, Xiaoyan helped him up, to quickly cupped his hands together. And hurriedly cupped his hands. Of Luo Jin's expression, and Xiaoyan. I'm afraid that this junior is unable to accept such a great gift from all of you seniors. Senior Luo Hao had once saved this junior's life. Being able to escape from the evil clutches of my group is already extremely fortunate. This fragment of the array plate can be considered as my thanks. Little friend Xiaoyan is too courteous. I believe that even if I was not present that day, with your fire lotus, you should be able to come out unscathed. Luo Hao laughed heartily when he heard this. His eyes glanced at Luo Ao. Luo Ao had guessed that the white light that covered the sky back then was Xiaoyan's angry Buddha fire lotus. Now that he thought about it, Xiaoyan's fighting strength was likely far greater than his cultivation. If Xiaoyan was able to make a breakthrough before the three great elders of the Daoist sect arrived, the three of them would not be able to do anything to Xiaoyan's group even without him. Mr. Xiaoyan is really too humble. Everyone has been quite tired over the past few days. If you don't mind, you can rest assured and stay in my Heavenly Cloud Villa for the time being. As for the Daoist sect, we will help you to stop them. It will not be too late for everyone to leave once everything is calm. What do you say? Luo Cheng's tone changed when he saw this. This time, he took the initiative to invite them. Moreover, his words had already made his stance clear. At the same time, the other people beside him also nodded their heads. Xiaoyan and the rest hurriedly bowed in gratitude when they saw this. A wave of hearty laughter immediately sounded in the square. Afterwards, Luo Qing introduced the other elders to Xiaoyan and the rest. Those elders were also part of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan. The 7 heroes of the Luo clan were the eldest Luo Xiong, the second Luo Lai, the third Luo Hao, the fourth Luo Mian, the fifth Luo Ao, the sixth Luo Kuan and the seventh Luo Hua. The strongest amongst them was the eldest Luo Xiong, an 8-star Origin sect member. The seventh Luo Hua, also a Origin sect member. Although he was only a 2-star Origin sect member, he could not be underestimated. With these 7 people and their status as formation masters, they could be considered an extremely tyrannical faction even in the Middle region. After getting to know the 7 heroes of the Luo clan, Xiao Yan and the rest had gained some knowledge. After a good chat, Luo Cheng and the rest hurriedly left with the arrayed disc fragment. Xiao Yan and the rest looked at the sky. They did not expect that it was already evening. Only then did they return to their residence under Luo Jin's lead. Along the way, Luo Jin was filled with curiosity as he inquired about the origin of the arrayed disc fragment. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, gave a vague answer. At the same time, Luo Cheng and the rest had once again returned to the secret room. As the arrayed disc fragment in their hands and the greater 1-star plate grew closer, the abnormal activity between the two became increasingly intense. There was even a faint energy fluctuation surging out from the array disc. Luo Cheng and the rest were similarly astonished by this scene. Ever since the arrayed disc was created, it had been controlled by a person. The energy within the arrayed disc was also centered around the person controlling the arrayed disc. However, the arrayed disc before their eyes could actually trigger an abnormal energy fluctuation on its own. This was truly an eye-opener for them. However, this also showed them how powerful the greater 1-star plate was. As a rank 9 array disc, it was naturally different from the rest. Buzz. When the arrayed disc fragment approached the gap on the greater 1-star plate, a sparkling golden light surged out from it. It merged the damaged area between the two. After which, the entire arrayed disc and the fragment did not need anyone to control it. The arrayed disc slowly floated into the air. Waves of intense golden light surged out from within it. The dazzling light connected the two together. Even Luo Cheng and the rest could not help but squint their eyes. Boom! Until a certain moment, when the fragment of the disc array and the greater 1 astrolabe were completely reunited, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky, and with a buzzing sound, it entered the huge formation cover that shrouded the entire heavenly cloud villa. The invisible formation cover suddenly surged at this moment, and a huge circle of sparkling golden energy quickly spread out until it enveloped the entire heavenly cloud villa. Almost at the same time that the greater 1 astrolabe was completely restored, on the square in the manor, on the huge black stone tablet, the 5th stone tablet that was originally empty, at this moment, a burst of golden light slowly lingered and appeared. At a glance, the words greater 1 astrolabe were written on it. 5th place on the heavenly cloud saint weapon ranking, greater 1-star plate. Chapter 1325. The next day, an uproar quickly spread through Heavenly Cloud Villa. The news of the greater star plate appearing in the 5th place of the Heavenly Cloud Saint weapon list shocked everyone in Heavenly Cloud Villa. At the same time, they were ecstatic. Even Sword Saint Yolan's Yulan's sword was only ranked 7th on the Heavenly Cloud Saint weapon list. However, Heavenly Cloud Villa was able to obtain the 5th place with the greater star plate. This was not only a sign of Heavenly Cloud Villa's bright future, but it was also a kind of encouragement for all the array masters. Most of the people in the Heavenly Cloud Villa were unaware of why the great 1st star plate had suddenly appeared on the Heavenly Cloud sacred weapon ranking. Those who were aware of this matter felt even more grateful to Xiao Yan in their hearts other than being pleasantly surprised. The great single star plate had ascended the Heavenly Cloud sacred weapon ranking. This ranking might not be of any concern, but it was able to motivate the other people in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Quite a number of formation masters had even broken through because of it. This was extremely good news regardless of whether it was an individual or the Heavenly Cloud Villa. However, at the end of the day, the reason for all of this was attributed to Xiao Yan. The Heavenly Cloud Villa would be in an uproar for the entire day and even for the next period of time. Apart from some of the elders in the villa who were relatively calm, even some of the stewards were laughing heartily all day long. It was enough to show how excited they were. Somewhere in the manor, in a small courtyard, Luo Ao was leisurely lying on a chair with a teapot in his hand. His old eyes were slightly closed, and the dense branches and leaves on the treetops above his head shielded him from the glaring sunlight. Under the clear sky, the old man seemed to be in a leisurely mood. Outside the courtyard, Xiao Yan was accompanied by Luo Jin. Before they stepped in, they saw Luo Ao's leisurely appearance from afar. Although there was not much expression on his face, the two could imagine how happy the old man was at the moment. The Greater Star Plate had been restored, and it had risen to the 5th place on the Saint Weapon list. Its status had even surpassed the Yulan sword and was ranked below the Phoenix Lock spear. Such a big event had caused the entire clan to be in an uproar. Luo Ao was naturally not an exception. However, he was barely able to hold on because of his status as an elder. Hee, little guy, I really have to thank you this time. Luo Ao had already sensed Xiao Yan's arrival when the two entered the courtyard. He immediately sat up, placed the teapot in his hand to the side, and looked at Xiao Yan with a smile. Hee, senior, you're being too courteous with me. Speaking of which, Heavenly Cloud Manor saved our lives. Looks like you're tired of hearing these words today. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about what you're here for. Hearing this, Luo Ao smiled faintly and teased. The latter involuntarily sighed helplessly. With a flip of his hand, a huge black ruler landed in his hand. It was the heavy Xian ruler. Senior, do you still remember the agreement from that day? You said that you would naturally repair the dark heavy ruler for me once we arrive at the Central Territory. I'll have to rely on you for this matter. As he spoke, the expression on Xiao Yan's face gradually turned solemn. The heavy Xian ruler was different from other items. He would definitely be extremely strict on this matter. However, when Luo Ao saw the heavy Xian ruler, as well as Luo Jin, who was currently beside Xiao Yan, their expressions involuntarily changed. The grandfather and grandson duo looked at each other. Soon after, they spoke hesitantly. Little guy, I'll help you repair the heavy Xian ruler. However, before that, I have to remind you of something. The heavy Xian ruler in your hands might bring you trouble. Trouble? When these words were spoken, Xiao Yan's eyebrows immediately furrowed. The hand that held the heavy Xian ruler subconsciously tightened. The gaze that he used to stare at Luo Ao was filled with suspicion. He did not doubt Luo Ao's words. Instead, he was curious. The heavy Xian ruler was merely a weapon. What kind of trouble could it bring? Little guy, do you know where the heavy Xian ruler came from and who forged it? When he saw the doubtful expression on Xiao Yan's face, Luo Ao smiled slightly and looked at the latter with a teasing face as he asked. Xiao Yan was a little stunned at this question. The heavy Xian ruler was something that he had obtained from Yao Lao. Back then, he had only heard from Yao Lao that he had obtained it by chance in an ancient god mansion. He did not know anything else. He was even more confused as to why Luo Ao would ask such a question. The heavy Xian ruler was once forged by an ancestor of my Luo clan. Other than studying formations, my Luo clan's ancestor also studied the art of weapon refinement. This heavy Xian ruler was forged by an ancestor of the Luo clan. There was another one that was forged at the same time. Therefore, the heavy Xian ruler in your hands is not the only one. When these words were spoken, Xiao Yan's heart was immediately overwhelmed with shock. This information could be considered shocking to him. He did not expect that the heavy Xian ruler was forged by an ancestor of the Luo clan. Moreover, it was split into two. This was simply unbelievable. At the same time, however, there was something that Xiao Yan was curious about. Since the heavy Xian ruler was forged by an ancestor of the Luo clan, why would it appear in the Doqi continent? Luo Ao did not explain. Instead, he continued to speak. Although the two giant rulers are similar in appearance, their quality is completely different. The heavy Xian ruler relied on flaming meteorite mysterious metal to forge it. It is hard and heavy, and has the effect of condensing Do Qi and Genesis Qi. The other is called the mysterious jade ruler and is formed from heavenly mysterious jade. It is said that once the two giant rulers are merged, they will become indestructible. The mysterious jade ruler is currently in the hands of a younger generation member of the Bai clan, one of the three great clans. It is said that that fellow also values his mysterious jade ruler very highly. When Luo Ao's words sounded, Xiao Yan finally understood that the so-called trouble was actually the owner of the other mysterious jade ruler. In that case, the heavy Xian ruler in his hands and the mysterious jade ruler in that person's hands would likely clash sooner or later. The thing that truly troubled Xiao Yan was that the owner of the ruler was a member of one of the three great clans, the Bai clan. Currently, Xiao Yan did not truly understand the Xiao clan in the central region, much less trust them. If a conflict arose between him and the Bai clan because of the heavy Xian ruler in the future, everything would be difficult to handle. The Bai clan was one of the three great clans and its strength was not inferior to the Xiao clan. If the Xiao clan rejected him in order to avoid trouble, it would be fine if he faced them alone. However, it was likely that he would implicate the little fairy doctor and the rest, or even Xiao Xian. However, before Xiao Yan could fully consider the situation in his heart, Luo Ao's following words caused him to be stunned. Chapter 1326. Other than the uniqueness of these two rulers, even if you obtain the heavy Xian ruler and the mysterious jade ruler at the same time, it will not be an easy task to merge them into one. Luo Ao slowly spoke. Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows somewhat curiously. If he wanted to merge them, it was likely that given the methods of the heavenly cloud villa and the heavenly flame within his body, it should not be a difficult task. Don't get your hopes up too early. Although you possess the heavenly flame, it is completely useless for these two rulers. If you forcefully merge them, it will instead destroy them. In the future, if you are able to obtain the mysterious jade ruler, you will have to make a trip to the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe before you merge them. Luo Ao was clearly aware of the guess in Xiao Yan's heart. However, when these words left his mouth, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed. His mouth suddenly exclaimed. Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe? Merging the heavy Xian ruler and the mysterious jade ruler actually involves the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe? Xiao Yan did not have a good impression of this tribe. Moreover, he had once seriously injured the younger generation members of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe when he was in the western region. It was likely that those fellows wished to kill him when they saw him. At this moment, Luo Ao had actually mentioned the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe to him. This instantly suppressed the raging fire within Xiao Yan's heart. The Bai tribe was originally very powerful. At this moment, another Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe had actually appeared. In this way, Xiao Yan would have to reconsider. If he wanted to merge the two mysterious rulers, not only would he have to offend the Bai tribe, he would also have to implicate the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. This was not a simple matter. According to the records, there is a beast that has a unique flame. It is the flame that has been passed down for generations in the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. It is known as the Nirvana flame. Any Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe member who can experience the Nirvana flame will be able to cleanse themselves of all impurities and become a favored child in one fell swoop. Moreover, their cultivation will soar. Although I have never personally seen it, the might of the flame is likely not much inferior to a heavenly flame. This Nirvana flame is the key to merging the two huge rulers. Only by experiencing the Nirvana flame will the two huge rulers be perfectly merged. At that time, your heavy Xian ruler will naturally no longer be destroyed by any external force. Luo Ao did not understand the emotions in Xiao Yan's heart. However, he was able to sense a trace of worry between the latter's brows. Hence, he naturally explained the Nirvana flame in greater detail. When the latter heard Luo Ao's words, a light involuntarily flickered in his pitch-black eyes. What kind of beast flame was actually comparable to a heavenly flame? If he was able to absorb and refine it, his cultivation would likely be able to. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yan hurriedly regained his senses and suppressed this somewhat crazy thought. After all, that was the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe's flame inheritance. Its importance was self-evident. It was difficult to even see it, let alone refine it. Moreover, it was unknown whether he could obtain the mysterious Jade Ruler. Hence, everything was naturally unknown. Thank you, old Luo, for informing me. When Xiao Yan regained his senses, he hurriedly cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan. The latter waved his hand indifferently and said, "This place is known in the central region. You don't have to thank me. However, you must remember what this old man reminded you previously. This time, this old man will help you repair the heavy Xian ruler. However, you must be careful in the future. You must not let the Bai clan know about the existence of the heavy Xian ruler. Otherwise, it will definitely bring you trouble." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head solemnly. Soon after, he handed the giant ruler in his hand to Luo Ao. The latter slowly stood up and was about to receive the heavy Xian ruler. However, he seemed to have thought of something and changed his words. "Also, your Luo Tian cauldron is not an ordinary item. This time, I will help you repair it. As for the rest, you should know." When the Luo Tian cauldron was mentioned, Xiao Yan's face revealed a grateful expression. He hurriedly took out the medicinal cauldron from his storage ring. The instant the huge medicinal cauldron landed on the ground, a heavy and overbearing aura instantly surged out from it. The huge green-gold medicinal cauldron stood in front of the three of them like a small pagoda. This heavy aura caused Luo Ao's turbid old eyes to reveal a fiery glow. Who knows how many alchemists on the continent covet such a treasure? It has even caused quite a commotion because of it. However, in the end, it has landed in your hands. This is really surprising. After sighing, Xiao Yan could not help but smile embarrassedly. He exchanged glances with Luo Jin beside him. Luo Ao took the heavy Xian ruler and the Luo Tian cauldron and walked towards the depths of the courtyard. At the same time, his leisurely voice sounded again. "Leave the items with me first. You can come and get them in 5 days." "Thank you, Elder." Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He once again bowed respectfully towards Luo Ao. Soon after, he took a deep breath. In his heart, he secretly recalled what Luo Ao had said earlier, especially regarding the Bai clan and the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. His heart could not help but feel a little solemn. On the other hand, Luo Jin seemed to have seen through Xiao Yan's worries. He gently patted the former's shoulder with one hand. A moment later, they left the place together. On the way back, Luo Jin could not help but once again inquire about the matter regarding Li Bingrui. This time around, Xiao Yan finally could not help but laugh and scold him. After which, he roughly told the former about his relationship with Li Bingrui, as well as the matter that had happened in the depths of the fire maple forest. Of course, Xiao Yan did not tell him about the Red Lotus Hellfire. When Luo Jin found out that Li Bingrui actually had a teacher whose cultivation was above the source venerate level, a change finally appeared on his usually calm face for the first time. He appeared to be worried and also surprised. Xiao Yan merely laughed in response to this. He was just about to walk towards the little fairy doctor's group when the enormous formation that covered the sky above the heavenly cloud villa suddenly trembled intensely. The instant a buzzing sound was emitted, the entire formation shattered. Soon after, a dark and cold voice that was filled with majesty and overbearingness sounded. "Luo Hao, hand over the person that you have kidnapped." Buzz. When these words sounded, an extremely frightening aura suddenly covered the sky above the heavenly cloud villa. The expressions of the upper echelons of the heavenly cloud villa within the villa changed drastically at this moment. Soon after, numerous human figures immediately rushed into the empty space. Their faces carried grave expressions as they looked at the sky to the south of the heavenly cloud villa. A middle-aged man wearing a gorgeous brocade robe was standing at that spot. This person was the sect leader of the Daoist sect, Wu Du. Chapter 1327. The upper echelon of the heavenly cloud villa was currently gathered in the sky above. Leading them was Luo Cheng and Luo Xiong, while the 7 heroes of the Luo clan were all present behind them. The group's gazes were cautiously fixed on the middle-aged man standing in the air, the Genesis chi in their bodies already circulating, constantly on guard against the person before them. In the city below, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin by his side watched the scene in the sky with solemn expressions. Xiao Yan's expression changed. He was about to step into the sky when he was hurriedly stopped by Luo Jin by his side. Luo Jin shook his head with a solemn expression. Only then did Xiao Yan clench his teeth and stop. At the same time, the group of people in the sky finally reacted. Sect Master Wu, I wonder what is the meaning of this. If you want to enter my heavenly cloud villa, it is fine if you say hello, but to break my formation barrier, what kind of place do you think the heavenly cloud villa is? Luo Cheng's expression darkened as he stared at Wu Du before him, his voice somewhat sinister. Luo Cheng was indeed worthy of being the master of the villa. Even in the face of an expert like Wu Du, his dignity and confidence remained unyielding. There were not many people on the continent who could do this. Humph, enough nonsense. Hand over the person that Luo Hao took away. Otherwise, let alone breaking your formation barrier, I will even destroy your heavenly cloud villa. As Wu Du's cold cry rang out, a disdainful aura swept out once again. It turned into an invisible wave that charged towards Luo Cheng's group. Under the ripples of the powerful aura, even the invisible space violently surged at this moment. When the expressions of the people on the other side changed when they saw this scene, the 7 heroes of the Luo clan took a step forward in unison. As the powerful auras within their bodies erupted outwards, a layer of glass-like golden light enveloped the surface of their bodies. Under the control of the 7 of them, it merged into a huge barrier in front of them, blocking the powerful aura that was attacking them. Sect Master Wu, aren't you underestimating my heavenly cloud villa too much? Although there is no origin venerate expert in my heavenly cloud villa, it is not a place where you can act so atrociously. As the golden light gathered, not only did it easily block Wu Du's aura, but it also carried a powerful aura as it rushed towards Wu Du. Under this aura, even with Wu Du's cultivation, he could not help but have a change in expression. He naturally knew of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan, but he did not expect them to attack without any hesitation. It seemed that they were even more unreasonable than him. Everyone, this venerable self can admit defeat regarding the earlier matter. However, you must hand over those brats from the border of the continent. Not only did they secretly hide the holy lady of my Dui sect, but they even killed the 3rd elder of my Dui sect, Tang Long. This venerable self must personally investigate this matter. As long as everyone hands over those few people today, this venerable self will compensate all of your heavenly cloud villa's losses. The moment Wu Du's words left his mouth, an uproar immediately rang out in the city below. The expressions of many heavenly cloud villa's disciples changed, and they found this news hard to believe. Tang Long was the Crossing Disaster sect's 3rd elder, and he was rather famous among the 4 great powers. They naturally knew who he was. Tang Long was a Sorsong-level powerhouse. Who could have killed such a powerhouse and even come to their heavenly cloud villa? Compared to the people in the city, Luo Cheng and the others in the sky were undoubtedly even more shocked. They had never imagined that Xiao Yan would be able to kill an elder of the Dui sect with his origin Emperor Cultivation, and a 4-star source, level 1 at that. Once news of this spread, it would cause quite a stir even in the central region's border, let alone them. A moment later, Luo Cheng and the others finally recovered from their shock. After hearing Wu Du's words, the determination in their hearts toward Xiao Yan's group grew a little deeper. Just imagine how Xiao Yan was able to create such a shocking battle result with his origin Emperor Cultivation. Just how frightening would he be if he truly grew up in the future? Now that they thought about it, their choice was not wrong. May I know who Sect Master Wu is referring to? My heavenly cloud villa has never welcomed outsiders, and no outsiders have entered our villa recently. If Sect Master Wu believes that someone from my villa has offended you based on your words, you are really trying to add fuel to the fire. Luo Qing chuckled icily, but his words instantly caused Wu Du's expression to turn ugly as the Genesis Qi in his body began to surge violently. What a good, adding fuel to the fire. Luo Qing, do you really think that I am afraid of your heavenly cloud villa? I believe that both you and I are well aware of this matter. It's fine if you hand them over today, but if you don't, you will be making an enemy of my Dui sect. Think carefully. Hee hee, Sect Master Wu must be joking. Hasn't our relationship always been like this? As for the people you want, my villa doesn't have them, so what do you want us to do? Luo Qing smiled faintly when he heard this. He had already expected such a situation. Since Wu Du had personally said it, there was naturally nothing to be surprised about. However, a ferocious expression surfaced on Wu Du's originally gloomy face after he heard these words. The aura within his body involuntarily churned as he spoke in an extremely deep voice. Luo Qing, are you trying to start a war with my Dui sect? Sect Master Wu, whether we start a war or not is up to you, but what I can tell you is that if the Dui sect wants to start a war with my Heavenly Cloud Villa, we will accept the challenge. Wu Du's words had just sounded when Luo Cheng's cold and domineering voice caused his face to turn green. The fury in his heart flourished even more. His entire body involuntarily trembled slightly. It was a long while later before he laughed out of extreme anger and said, "Brother Luo Cheng, I will not let you off." Ha 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 ha, good, very good. Luo Cheng, since you aren't willing to hand them over, then wait for my Dui sect's anger. Killing my Dui sect's elder and bringing along my sect's holy maiden. This matter will not be settled so easily. Wu Du finally turned around with a furious smile on his face after the sinister and cold laughter sounded. At the same time, his gaze swept over Luo Cheng's group. He looked at the large city below and snorted furiously. Immediately, he waved his sleeve, turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared at the edge of one's sight. The anxious emotions in Luo Cheng's heart slowly relaxed after seeing Wu Du leave. Although Luo Xiong and the rest were present, the other party was after all an origin venerate expert. It was naturally unavoidable for Luo Cheng to feel nervous. Fortunately, he had managed to send this fellow away. Soon after, Xiao Yan rushed into the air and arrived beside Luo Cheng. He looked in the direction that Wu Du had left in, and cupped his hands together respectfully towards Luo Cheng's group while feeling a grave feeling in his heart. I have to thank all of you elders this time. It's a small matter. Fortunately, you did not appear earlier. Otherwise, this matter would not have been resolved so easily. Luo Cheng smiled faintly when he heard this. He gently waved his hand and said, "Don't be happy too early. This matter is far from over." From the tone of Wu Du's last words, this matter is likely heading towards the worst outcome. Everyone should be mentally prepared. Luo Cheng's laughter had just sounded when First Elder Luo Xiong's solemn words were spat out. The hearts of everyone present, which had just sunk, were once again raised at this moment. Chapter 1328. Over the next few days, Heavenly Cloud Villa became much calmer. The disturbance caused by the Tai E star plate had yet to subside, but after the incident with Wu Du, many people in Heavenly Cloud Villa understood that a huge storm was coming. This caused many people to quieten down, and the atmosphere in the city also became somewhat oppressive. At some point, the news of Xiao Yan and the other outsiders entering the villa spread like wildfire. Only now did the people in Heavenly Cloud Villa know that Wu Du had not come to ask for people without reason. Immediately, some people began to think about this group of people. I say, our Heavenly Cloud Villa and the Dui sect originally minded our own business. Why do we need to go against the Dui sect for these few people? The Dui sect has the support of an origin venerate like Wu Du. Don't tell me there's an origin venerate expert among these few people. What origin venerate expert? The strongest among them is only a 2-star origin emperor. There are plenty of such experts in the central region. Compared to the Dui sect, they are like flies. Is there a need for the Villa Master to go against the Dui sect for these few people? Isn't it? Shut up. Be careful of your words. Outside the manor, a few young people were sitting in a circle, chatting casually. A middle-aged man who passed by suddenly scolded when he heard it. He immediately scared these few people to shut their mouths. After that, he glanced at these few young juniors faintly. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. The strongest among them was only an origin transformation expert. Not only did they not use their time to cultivate, but they were also mocking and ridiculing an origin emperor. If it weren't for their youthful vigor, he would definitely have scolded them. Seeing that these few people had fled from his sight, the middle-aged man curled his lips. Immediately, he walked into the manor. After a short while, he saw the manor head of Tianyun Villa, Luo Cheng, in a large hall. "Villa master, everything has been settled." Seeing Luo Cheng, the middle-aged man cupped his fists respectfully and said respectfully, "Yes, it's been hard on you. I'll have to trouble you to control them over the next few days and stop them from saying anything they shouldn't say. At this time, no one can be disloyal." Luo Cheng nodded and said softly. When the middle-aged man heard this, he immediately nodded respectfully. However, immediately after, he raised his head with a suspicious expression and looked at Luo Cheng. He hesitated for a moment before saying, after a moment of hesitation, he said, "Villa master, could it be that the great star plate is really because, I know that you all have your suspicions. To appease Daoist sect. B." Luo Cheng's tone became dignified and domineering once again when he reached the end of his sentence. The middle-aged man's face stiffened when he heard that. He nodded heavily, bowed, and left. Under Luo Cheng's deliberate arrangement, all the negative news related to Xiao Yan's group within the Heavenly Cloud Villa was suppressed. At the same time, another piece of news that shocked everyone within the Heavenly Cloud Villa was once again spread. The reason why the Greater Star Plate was able to enter the Heavenly Cloud Saint weapon ranking was because of Xiao Yan's group. Many people's expressions changed when they heard that. No one believed that an outsider could possess such ability. However, with the silence of the upper echelons of Heavenly Cloud Villa, the number of people who had an opinion about this matter gradually decreased. In addition to Luo Cheng's suppression, Xiao Yan's group quickly gained the support of many people in the villa. Luo Cheng supported them in his heart, but he also had his doubts. After all, Xiao Yan was only an origin emperor. His cultivation was not considered strong in the middle region. Luo Cheng did not know if it was right to put the fate of the entire Heavenly Cloud Villa on him because of the Greater Star Plate. It had to be said that it was a huge gamble to use the entire Heavenly Cloud Villa as a wager for Xiao Yan. In Luo Ao's courtyard, Xiao Yan came according to the agreement to retrieve the heavy Xian Buster sword and Luo Tian cauldron. Both of them had been completely restored. This could be considered as settling one of the matters in Xiao Yan's heart. On the other side, Luo Cheng was sitting in a large hall with a frown. Beside him was First Elder Luo Xiong. In front of the two of them, an elder was reporting the news about the Daoist sect that he had recently investigated. According to the information that he had found, the Daoist sect had been consolidating the experts in the sect. It was not difficult to see that they were preparing for a tough battle. As for who their opponent was, it was needless to say. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan's group was still very attractive to the Daoist sect. Whether it was the fact that Xiao Yan had killed the upper echelons of the sect or the two woeful poison bodies, it was enough to make them go crazy. It seemed that the Heavenly Cloud Villa was not the only one in this gamble. Even the Daoist sect itself was involved in this gamble. "First Elder, what do you think?" After hesitating for a moment, Luo Cheng smiled and looked at Luo Xiong, who was beside him. There was a look of determination in his eyes. Since Villa Master has already come to a conclusion, why do you need to ask me? If the Daoist sect really does not put our Heavenly Cloud Villa in their eyes, then we have to tell them that our Heavenly Cloud Villa is not afraid of them. If they want to fight, then let's fight. After Luo Xiong finished speaking, Luo Cheng smiled and stood up. His gaze fell on the elder, who was standing in front of him and said, "Elder Luo Zhen, do you understand?" Hearing this, Luo Zhen quickly bowed and cupped his fist, saying, "Understood. I will go and gather the experts in the villa and inform everyone to prepare for battle." When he said these words, Luo Zhen's old eyes also revealed a fiery look. The Heavenly Cloud Villa had been quiet for a long time. Now, they had to let the people of the Central Region understand that their Heavenly Cloud Villa was still one of the top factions in the Central Region. In the next few days, the Heavenly Cloud Villa still appeared to be calm. However, under this calmness, there was an intense undercurrent. Everyone knew that this was just the prelude to the arrival of the storm. Even though it was short, it also caused people to be terrified. Although the Daoist sect and the Heavenly Cloud Villa were thousands of miles apart, the two had already formed a tit-for-tat relationship. At the same time, this also attracted the attention of some people in the outside world. While these two factions were preparing for each other, outside the Daoist sect, two people unexpectedly came. Chapter 1329. While the Heavenly Cloud Villa and the Daoist sect were making their own preparations, Xiao Yan, who was in the Heavenly Cloud Villa, was not idle either. During this period of time, his cultivation had completely stabilized at the level of a 2-star origin emperor. The cultivation of Bai Hua and the others had also made progress. Ever since he had witnessed Wu Du's strength that day, Xiao Yan had gained a deeper understanding of the Daoist sect. As one of the 4 great factions and a powerful sect that possessed an origin venerate, it was not difficult to imagine how terrifying the Daoist sect was. Even though he had the help of the Heavenly Cloud Villa this time, if Xiao Yan did not make sufficient preparations, he would be completely defeated in this battle in the middle region. Xiao Yan turned his attention back to his 9 avatars while feeling a solemn feeling in his heart when he thought of this. His cultivation had temporarily stabilized and would not be able to make any progress in a short period of time. His Dou skills and agility still needed time to practice, so it would also be difficult for him to make any progress. In comparison, the 9 rotation doppelgangers technique had much more room for improvement. With Xiao Yan's current wealth, it would not be difficult for him to accumulate the cultivation of his 9 doppelgangers in a short period of time. If he was lucky enough to break through to the Origin Emperor level, it would be a great help. Xiao Yan's body was seated cross-legged on the bed within the dormitory. Both of his eyes were tightly shut. Majestic spiritual strength surged out of his body and transformed into 9 incarnations. At this moment, there was a large pile of spirit stones in front of each of the incarnations. Waves of majestic energy swiftly flowed into the bodies of the incarnations as the chi methods within the bodies of the 9 incarnations swiftly circulated. The bodies of the 9 incarnations also became increasingly real. After several days of crazy absorption, more than half of the mountain of spirit stones in Xiao Yan's storage ring had been consumed. There was no lack of middle-grade spirit stones among them, which were treasured by Xiao Yan. However, he did not dare to be stingy in order to increase the cultivation of his 9 doppelgangers. Under the indiscriminate bombardment of spirit stones, the cultivation of his 9 doppelgangers finally broke through to the 9-star origin king level. However, at the same time, the speed at which his 9 doppelgangers absorbed Genesis Chi had greatly decreased. In fact, their demand for Genesis Chi had also increased. In the end, just as the spirit stones in Xiao Yan's storage ring were about to be completely exhausted, the absorption of Genesis Chi by the 9 doppelgangers finally stopped. Their cultivation stagnated at the peak of the Origin King level, unable to make any progress. The cultivation of his 9 doppelgangers had stagnated. This sudden change naturally caused Xiao Yan to be greatly alarmed. However, after some searching, Xiao Yan found that this was the result. Although the 9 Revolutions doppelgangers art could create 9 doppelgangers that were comparable to one's cultivation, it was still a human class Dou skill. It was already not easy for the doppelgangers to reach the Origin King level. The peak of the Origin King level was the limit of the 9 Revolutions doppelgangers art. This also meant that the strength of his 9 doppelgangers could no longer increase. Xiao Yan felt rather helpless in this regard. Who would have thought that such a problem would occur just as the Daoist sect was about to invade? As a result, Xiao Yan's overall strength would be affected to a certain extent. This was undoubtedly bad news. In front of the bed, Xiao Yan let out a long breath of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. His eyes rapidly flickered in thought. Since the strength of his 9 doppelgangers had been suppressed, the only trump cards he could hope for were those powerful Dou skills. While Xiao Yan's group was waiting for the Daoist sect to arrive within the Tianyun villa, 3 human figures were standing in front of a cave that was surrounded by golden light deep within the endless empty space in the northern sky. Cuckoo, not bad. A 6-star origin sect. You are much stronger than I had expected. Looks like you have gained quite a lot from the Dragon Cave. The old man in a golden robe looked at the handsome blonde young man in front of him with a smile. The satisfaction in his eyes became stronger. This also caused the other person on the side to laugh continuously. In this regard, the blonde young man scratched his head at a loss. Then, he quickly recovered as if he had thought of something. His gaze returned to the old man in front of him and he hurriedly said, "Brother, I'm sorry. Tribe leader, you once promised this junior that if this junior's cultivation stepped into the origin sect, you would allow me to leave the dragon tribe. Now, you brat. This old man has painstakingly nurtured you for so long. Why is it that you are actually thinking of that brat the moment you just came out of the dragon cave?" Before the young man's voice sounded, it was quickly interrupted by the old man's mocking laughter. The person he was referring to was naturally Xiao Yan. The golden-haired young man in front of him at this moment was Xiao Jin, who he had taken away from Xiao Yan's side back then. After so many years, Xiao Jin had also changed greatly. Not only had it transformed into a human form, but its cultivation had also stepped into the source zone class. If one were to really talk about it, this speed was much more frightening even when compared to Xiao Yan. Of course, this was naturally due to the various rare resources of the dragon tribe. At the same time, it was also inseparable from Xiao Jin's hard work. Xiao Jin could not help but smile in embarrassment when he heard the old man's mocking laughter. Soon after, he turned his expectant gaze towards the old man. The old man could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head when he saw Xiao Jin's pitiful appearance. He could only laugh and scold Xiao Jin for being an ingrate. He then said, "That brat is currently in the central region. If you want to go over, I will get Long Lin to accompany you." Xiao Jin's expression changed drastically when he heard this. This also caused the old man in front of him to involuntarily exchange glances with Long Lin. The latter helplessly shook his head. After which, he looked towards Xiao Jin and gently raised his head. "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Jin immediately followed behind Long Lin. The two of them flew towards a certain dark void one after another. Behind them, the old man looked at the backs of the two of them and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Then, he slowly took a deep breath, frowned, and muttered to himself, "I wonder if my Xiao Jin is stronger than the dragon girl from the purple gold dragon tribe." The old man's turbid eyes flickered with some anticipation. After many days, the Du AI sect finally began to move again. The mighty group arrived outside the heavenly cloud villa in a manner that covered the sky. At this moment, the villa chief, Luo Cheng, led the 7 heroes of the Luo clan and a group of elders to wait for the arrival of the Du AI sect. When the formation that covered the sky above the city was opened from the inside, a group that contained a powerful foundation also appeared in front of the eyes of the experts from the Du AI sect. This time around, Xiao Yan's group was surprisingly among them. Other than Lian, even the little fairy doctor was present. They knew that Luo Cheng's words the last time could not deceive Wu Du, otherwise the latter would not have come to attack with such great fanfare. Hence, he would definitely face the battle today head-on. Chapter 1330. In the Heavenly Cloud Villa, countless people were dumbfounded as they stared at the figures that filled the sky outside the city. Boundless and astonishing poisonous fog continuously surged out from the bodies of these people, rapidly enveloping the sky above the Heavenly Cloud Villa like dark clouds. The originally bright light in the city had also become somewhat dim at this moment. The golden runes carved on the city walls also emitted waves of golden light at this moment, as if they had predicted something, resisting the poisonous fog that was gradually spreading over the city. Are all these people from the Dewey sect? They're really generous. They're all here for Xiao Yan and the others? It's not just Xiao Yan and the others. My Heavenly Cloud Villa has always been at odds with the Dewey sect. Although Xiao Yan and the others are one side, this battle is also a suppression of my Heavenly Cloud Villa. There's no need to think about such useless things. The city below fell into an uproar as they stared at the black mass of people in the sky. Although there were still many people who blamed Xiao Yan and the others for this battle, there were naturally many who truly understood the reason. They weren't fools. They naturally knew how the Dewey sect did things. This battle didn't just concern the safety of Xiao Yan and the others. The poisonous mist that surged and spread outside the city was like a huge, pitch-black hand. However, the moment it came into contact with the city wall, it was instantly repelled by the formation on the wall. Streaks of golden light surged out from the formation and shot into the poisonous mist. Only when the mist was repelled 100 meters away did it gradually come to a stop. Luo Cheng, hand over the saintess of my sect and the few rascals who killed our elders. We still have room to turn this matter around. Otherwise, today will be the day of your heavenly cloud villa's destruction. While everyone in the city was alarmed by the layers of poison mist in the sky, an elderly voice filled with a domineering aura rang out from the crowd outside the city like the chime of a bell amidst the vigorous Genesis chi. In the end, it clearly rang out in everyone's ears. Saintess? Saintess of the Daoist sect. Doesn't that mean the woeful poison body? To think that the saintess of the Daoist sect is in my heavenly cloud villa. No wonder the Daoist sect has mobilized so many people. There were naturally quite a number of people in the city who were aware of the rumors about the Holy Lady of the Daoist sect. However, after hearing the old voice, they finally understood in their hearts. It was unexpected that the Holy Lady of the Daoist sect would actually appear in their heavenly cloud villa. In that case, this matter was likely not small, unless Luo Cheng would really hand over these people. However, the reality was that Luo Cheng would not do so. A couple of purple-robed figures slowly stepped through the air and walked over after the old voice sounded. They immediately paused in the empty space a short distance from Luo Cheng's group. Their indifferent gazes swept over everyone on the other side. Finally, their gazes paused on the black-robed Xiao Yan beside Luo Cheng. The expression on their old faces also became gloomy. The three people leading the group were the Su Shuang trio who had chased after Xiao Yan's group. Beside them, besides a few powerful Daoist sect elders, there was also a figure wrapped in a black robe. Although his face couldn't be seen clearly, he gave Xiao Yan an inexplicable pressure. This caused the latter's expression to change slightly. "Ha, Su Shuang, since you have brought so many people to my heavenly cloud villa, your aim is already extremely clear. Why do you need to say such laughable words? There will be a fight between us sooner or later. Since your Daoist sect can't wait any longer, my heavenly cloud villa will accompany you. If you want the people, come and get them yourself." Luo Cheng merely laughed disdainfully in the face of Su Shuang's threatening words. His body suddenly shook after his words sounded. A surging powerful aura also surged out from within his body, forming an invisible energy wave that swept towards Su Shuang's group. At the same time that the aura within Luo Cheng's body swept outwards, Su Shuang's group also took half a step forward. Waves after waves of powerful auras gushed out from their bodies in all directions, easily blocking the invisible wave that was heading towards them. Since Villa Master Luo has said so, we won't hold back today. Attack and take them down. With a low cry, the expression on Su Shuang's old face instantly became gloomy. He waved his shriveled hand violently and his body shot forward. At the same time, the Daoist sect elders behind him also responded in unison. Luo Cheng laughed mockingly. He stomped his foot heavily in the air and a circle of golden light immediately spread under his feet. It quickly covered his body and formed a layer of formation. "Get into formation and face the enemy." With an order, Luo Cheng immediately led the group of experts from Heavenly Cloud Villa and charged forward. A dazzling golden light burst out from their bodies. At the same time, they quickly formed a seal with their hands. Mysterious and strange runes quickly swept out and formed various formations around them. They violently collided with Su Shuang's group. A great battle was about to begin. Behind them, the 7 heroes of the Luo clan stood upright. They didn't care about the battle circle where Gu Luo Cheng and the others were. Their opponent was Wu Du. "Hee, the 7 heroes of the Luo clan, I've only heard of your names in the past, but I've never had the chance to fight with you. Today, the opportunity has finally come. However, today is destined to be the day of your death." As the battle between the two sides began, all of the experts above the Origin Emperor level in the sky clashed together. Only at this moment did the empty space in front of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan suddenly distort slowly, and Wu Du's figure appeared. The corner of Wu Du's mouth was lifted into a cold smile as his gaze swept over the 7 heroes of the Luo clan. He would definitely win today's battle. Not only would he bring Xiao Yan's group back, but the Heavenly Cloud Villa would also suffer a calamity today. Sect Master Wu is right. The 7 of us haven't fought against an Source Venerate powerhouse for many years. Today, let us see how strong the so-called sect master of the Dui sect is. Luo Xiong, who was the leader of the 7, smiled coldly. The 7 of them tacitly took half a step forward. Powerful auras immediately swept out from their bodies. At the same time, a fierce golden light condensed on the surface of the 7 people's bodies. They relied on each other and merged into one, causing the aura emitted from the 7 of them to become even more tyrannical. It was close to that of an origin venerable. Humph, the so-called 7 heroes of the Luo clan don't differentiate between each other. Although your attainments in array techniques are quite high, it's still difficult for the 7 of you to contend against me. Take out the greater 1-star disc. I know that the reason why the 7 heroes of the Luo clan are so famous is because of the greater 1-star disc. Unfortunately, the expression on Wudu's face suddenly stiffened while he was coldly smiling as he stared at the greater 1-star plate that Luo Xiong had taken out from his storage ring. He looked at the smooth and perfect white jade formation plate in Luo Xiong's hand. The words that were about to reach his mouth instantly became sluggish. The originally disdainful expression in his eyes gradually turned into shock and disbelief. Haha, sorry to disappoint you. The greater 1-star disc has been restored. The current greater 1-star disc is a true grade 9 array disc. At the same time, a dazzling golden light swept out from Luo Xiong's palm in an earth-shattering manner. Chapter 1331. When the golden light in Luo Xiong's palm swept out, numerous seemingly solid energy light pillars shot out from the array disc. Golden light flickered, forming numerous mysterious runes in the sky above the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Numerous huge golden light clusters gathered in the void, intertwining with each other until they enveloped the entire Heavenly Cloud Villa. Only then did they gradually stop. In the end, a large sky-covering array was finally formed. A vast aura and pressure surged out from the array. The power of this pressure was not any weaker than Wudu's. Is this the power of a grade 9 array disc? It's truly terrifying. Xiao Yan stood within the formation. He sensed the frightening aura and pressure that lingered around him. The expression on his face involuntarily changed once again. It was indeed worthy of being a rank 9 formation plate. This aura was really frightening. With the cultivation of Luo Xiong's group as a source zone, they were actually able to agglomerate a frightening aura that was comparable to an Yuan Zun expert. It was difficult to imagine just how great the strength that the Great Star Plate would display would be if an Yuan Zun were to agglomerate and control it. Humph, it's already been repaired. Wudu's expression could not help but turn grave when he saw the terrifying array that enveloped the entire Heavenly Cloud Villa. Putting aside the 7 heroes of the Luo clan, he had naturally heard of the Greater Star Plate's reputation. If a grade 9 array disc was to release its true power, it would be a terrifying existence that could contend against an Origin Saint expert. Although the person controlling it was only at the Origin Ancestor level, the power of this array could not be underestimated. The reason why an array disc was so terrifying was firstly because of the person controlling it. Secondly, it was because the array disc itself contained powerful energy. Once this energy was released, even an Origin Venerate expert would have to temporarily avoid it. Furthermore, the array disc in front of Wudu was a grade 9 array disc. Wudu, let's see whether you, a Source Venerate, are more powerful, or whether the Luo Shi clan's guardian array is stronger. The cry from Luo Xiong's mouth had just sounded when the 7 figures in the sky swiftly spread apart. Each of them stood at a different part of the formation and guarded it. As the Genesis Qi and spiritual strength were continuously poured in, the aura of the formation became increasingly terrifying. However, Xiao Yan was surprised to see Wudu's expression gradually recover in the face of such a powerful response from the 7 heroes of the Luo clan. The corner of his mouth was even lifted into a cold smile. This caused an uneasy feeling to involuntarily surge into Xiao Yan's heart. When the power within the array reached a certain critical point, Wudu let out a mocking chuckle. His indifferent gaze slowly swept across the 7 people one by one. In the end, he glanced at Xiao Yan and the others before he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Luo Xiong, the greater star plate has been restored. Luo Xiong, I am really surprised that the Tai E star plate can be repaired. However, I have already said that if we don't fight today, it will be the end of Heavenly Cloud Villa. This has never changed." After the dark and cold words from Wu Du's mouth sounded, he suddenly clapped his hands. The rhythmic clapping reverberated across the sky. The empty space beside his body suddenly became distorted. Soon after, a black-robed, gray-haired, old man appeared in the empty space. The expressions of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan in the formation changed drastically the moment this old man appeared. "Gue Luo." The moment the exclamation sounded, the majestic aura within the formation involuntarily surged. Countless people in the city below raised their heads to look at the human figures that had appeared once again in the sky. Their expressions were slightly startled, but soon after they heard the exclamations from the mouths of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan, the expressions on their faces turned into shock. "Gue Luo? Gue Luo, is he the deputy sect master of the Ghost Temple sect, Gue Luo? Why has he also come? This guy's cultivation has already stepped into the Origin Venerate level a few years ago. He is a famous Origin Venerate expert in the central region. Why has he been dragged into the matter between my Heavenly Cloud Villa and the Daoist sect today? The situation is not good. If Gue Luo and the Daoist sect join hands, then the Daoist sect will have 2 Origin Venerates on their side. Won't my Heavenly Cloud Villa be in danger?" Gue Luo's appearance immediately caused an uproar in the city below. The emotions of many people could not help but become tense, including the 7 heroes of the Luo clan, Luo Cheng and the rest. They were also unable to imagine that the Ghost Temple sect would actually participate in the dispute between the 2 parties. At this moment, Xiao Yan's originally solemn expression had become much gloomier after hearing the discussions of everyone in the city below. Since he was a member of the Ghost Slaughter Gate, he naturally understood why this Gue Luo would appear in this place. "Gue Luo, the Ghost Temple sect has never interfered in the dispute between my Heavenly Cloud Villa and the Daoist sect. I never imagined that you would actually take action on behalf of the Daoist sect today." Luo Xiong's expression was grave. Who would have thought that the Ghost Temple sect would actually intervene in such a great battle? Since this was the case, Heavenly Cloud Villa's situation was not good. TSK, First Elder has misunderstood. My Ghost Temple sect will not interfere in the matter between your 2 clans. I have only come this time for Xiao Yan. He is the person that our sect master has named to capture. Since he has come to the central region and I am aware of it, I naturally have the obligation to bring him back. If anyone tries to stop me, I will have no choice but to offend them. Once these words were spoken, the expressions of the Luo clan members, whether they were in the city below or in the sky, were immediately filled with shock. Many people's gazes involuntarily fell on Xiao Yan. It was hard to imagine that a mere Origin Emperor would actually cause the Vice Sect Master of the Ghost Temple sect to personally take action to capture him. This was simply too sensational. At this moment, the hearts of the Luo clan members could not help but waver once again. If there was only one Source Venerate expert present, Wu Du, then Heavenly Cloud Villa would naturally not have the slightest fear. However, Gue Luo's appearance had instantly tipped the situation in favor of the Daoist sect. At this moment, if Heavenly Cloud Villa still stepped forward to protect Xiao Yan and his group, they had no doubt that Gue Luo would definitely join forces with Wu Du to deal with Heavenly Cloud Villa. At that time, even with the protection of the Greater One Star Plate, it would still be difficult for them to defeat 2 Source Venerates. The outcome was obvious. To let go or not was another choice that Heavenly Cloud Villa had to make. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was also filled with dissatisfaction as he watched the scene on the battleground. He knew that getting the Heavenly Cloud Villa to take the risk and use the entire clan's strength to deal with the Daoist sect was already extremely benevolent. It was really difficult to force them to make a choice now. At this moment, it was time for him to step forward. Xiao Yan let out a deep breath. He smiled bitterly as he glanced at the little fairy doctor and the others by his side. When he saw the bitter expression that was revealed on their faces, he nodded gently. He immediately turned to Luo Xiong's group, bowed, and said, "Many thanks for your care over the past few days. Today's matter originated from this junior and I should be the one to end it." Therefore, Xiao Yan's body suddenly turned before his voice sounded. He looked at Gue Luo, who was a short distance away. Murderous intent filled his eyes as the Genesis chi within his body suddenly surged out at this moment. "Let me face him." Chapter 1332. Boundless Genesis chi swarmed out of Xiao Yan's body as a stern cry was emitted from his mouth. An astonishing aura soared into the sky, appearing rather extraordinary. He, your aura is not bad, but your strength is too weak. You're ultimately just an origin emperor. You overestimate yourself if you want to show off in front of this sovereign. Gue Luo coldly chuckled when he saw Xiao Yan's reaction. The light in his sinister old eyes grew even colder. What's the big deal about bullying a junior? Why don't you let this old man face you instead? However, just as Gue Luo was coldly laughing, an unhurried old voice sounded from an unknown place and slowly resounded beside everyone's ears. At the same time, the expression on Gue Luo's old face immediately became gloomy. "Huazhu, you're like a ghost that won't go away. I can't believe you followed us." Gue Luo's hoarse and deep voice slowly came out from his mouth. When his voice fell, the expressions of everyone who heard these words could not help but change. It was hard to imagine that the battle between Heavenly Cloud Villa and Daoist sect would actually attract such an expert. It could be said that this was the first time in 100 years that something like this had happened. Immediately after, the space beside Xiao Yan suddenly began to distort. As a blazing aura spread, the figure of an old man in white robes appeared in the sky. The moment the old man appeared, the heavenly fire in Xiao Yan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes were completely fixed on the old man beside him. The strange state of the heavenly fire allowed him to instantly discover the old man's identity. There were only two possibilities for the heavenly fire in his body to go berserk. Either the old man had refined a heavenly fire like him, or he was the spirit of a heavenly fire. The heavenly fire in the world had long turned into a spirit. Besides him, it was impossible for anyone else to refine a heavenly fire. In other words, the old man before him, little friend, there's no need to be surprised. The fate between you and me has long been determined. Today, we've met, and it's also reasonable. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it later. As for now, let's focus on this group of people first. Huazhu merely smiled faintly when he saw the shocked expression that was revealed on Xiao Yan's face. He immediately turned his gaze and looked at the 7 heroes of the Luo clan behind him, who were in the formation. He smiled and nodded as he said, "I've long heard of the fame of the Luo clan's 7 heroes. You are indeed extraordinary. Leave Gue Luo to me. As for Wu Du, I'll have to trouble you guys." Huazhu cupped his hands to the few of them in a courteous manner as he spoke. Luo Xiong and the others hurriedly returned the greeting when they saw this. Huazhu's appearance at such a moment had already exceeded their expectations. Moreover, from the way he treated Xiao Yan, it seemed that he had a good impression of him. This involuntarily caused them to feel some doubt in their hearts. Just when had Xiao Yan become acquainted with such an expert? When Huazhu appeared, there was a commotion in the city below. Uproar after uproar sounded one after another. Huazhu is the first elder of the Celestial Cloud sect. Even he has come today. From the looks of it, he should be here for Gue Luo. The Celestial Cloud sect and the Ghost Temple sect have always been at loggerheads. First Elder Huazhu has quite a bit of prestige in the sect and is very strong. It's said that Elder Huazhu once fought with the sect master of the Ghost Temple sect. Although the outcome of the battle was not decided, he is not someone that the vice sect master, Gue Luo, can compare to. With him taking action today, it seems that Gue Luo will be at his wit's end. When everyone saw Huazhu appear, their tensed hearts relaxed. If they could obtain Huazhu's help, the Heavenly Cloud Manor would have 2 source venerables. This way, the situation would be equal again and there would naturally be nothing to worry about. Huazhu, you were the one who stirred up the situation last time, causing this brat to be at death's door until now. If you dare to intervene again today, do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with my Ghost Temple sect? When he saw Hua Zhu's appearance, the fury in Gue Luo's heart grew even denser. On the other hand, Xiao Yan immediately recalled the matter that had occurred in the extreme south back then. Although he did not know about it at that time, he knew that two mysterious experts had taken action because of him. Now that he heard Gue Luo's words, he finally understood that the two mysterious experts who had intervened back then were Gue Luo and Hua Zhu. This thought flew in his heart. Connecting it to the fallen heart flame that had been extracted from his body, it was not difficult for Xiao Yan to guess that Elder Hua Zhu's actual body was undoubtedly the fallen heart flame. Cuckoo, brat, now is not the time to be distracted. Although the old me can help you delay Gue Luo, you will have to deal with the remaining people by yourself. Hua Zhu smiled slightly and reminded Xiao Yan as he glanced at the somewhat absent-minded Xiao Yan. Immediately, his body shook and he left behind an afterimage on the spot. His actual body had already appeared in the empty space in front of Gue Luo. Gue Luo, let's settle this between the both of us today. The cry had just sounded when the two human figures collided. On the other side, Luo Cheng and the group of elders from the Heavenly Cloud Villa had once again collided with the experts from the Dui sect. At the same time, the gazes of the 7 heroes of the Luo clan also landed on Wudu on the opposite side. The expression in their eyes became increasingly cold. While Xiao Yan's gaze was surveying the area, a human figure wrapped in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The human figure slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes that were hidden behind a mask under the black robe. Xiao Yan was initially startled when he saw those eyes. Immediately, he curled his mouth and laughed coldly. So it is Hall Chief Xiao. Why have you come today? Have you come to die? Although Xiao Yan had merely glanced at him, his strange eyes allowed him to recognize the person in front of him at a glance. He was surprisingly that Hall Chief Xiao, who had been rescued by Gue Luo after the battle in the extreme south back then. It was unexpected that this fellow was actually still alive and standing in this place. TSK, sharp-tongued brat. The reason why I failed the last time was due to this Hall Chief's carelessness. This time around, however, this Hall Chief will personally deal with you. I want to see just how you will escape from my palm. Hall Chief Xiao smiled faintly. His feet slowly took a step forward. Waves of strange black fog scattered from under the black robe while a powerful aura also spread out from within his body. For Star Origin Sect? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and a surprised expression was revealed on his face. He did not expect that this fellow would actually be lucky enough to make a breakthrough in his cultivation after the previous battle. However, even if this was the case, he was still not within Xiao Yan's range of threat. Today, this Hall Chief will avenge my previous humiliation.